Well, hello and good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Cbsa National Open Snooker Championships for 2026. Once again, I'm your host, Rob Richards, along with David Burney. Good morning, Dave.
Good morning, Rob. How are you doing this fine Friday?
Fantastic and completely excited for today.
Yeah, it's moving day here at the National Championship. We will see the close of the round robin phase and jump into the knockout round, probably getting the top half of that 32 draw getting going. And a good match, previous Canadian national champion with Jason Williams in action on the table to start day three and our stream going against big, tall Peter Giorgis, who is not actually of Greek descent, as we found out, as I commentated. It lends itself to quite a Greek name. I think I might have gone to a restaurant with his surname, and they had great calamari. But he actually has a little bit of Hungarian descent. So
Is that so? Interesting. Well, Jason's in already. Early in the first frame, still best of three as we are just finishing off the group stage matches. And then later today, Dave, I do believe we're moving into the round of 32 eliminations. So, as you previously said, it's moving day. Well, oh, slight chance here for Peter. He's got a good red, bottom right corner. If he rolls it through, he just have a quick look at the black. If it does go, and from first glance, I think it does. Good starter. Would like to see him a little bit further off the cushion, but he's not terrible. Just got to be a little cautious here. A little unfortunate. However, early mornings, people are in a bit of a feel out phase, trying to get their arms going. Well, Dave, very interesting day ahead of us.
yeah, exciting stuff here. We're at the corner bank, located at 9125 Warden Ave in Scarborough, Ontario, just east of Toronto. Obviously, it's a very quiet room in the morning, get things going. The doors are open, so if you want to get a nice breakfast and a good cup of coffee and watch some great snooker action, it is available. And over on the OBSA channel, where you can find us on YouTube, our chat is lively conversations throughout the past couple of days. Great debates, great questions from our viewership, and great to see people tuning in from Switzerland, New Zealand, and all over the world, just to name a few.
Yes, and good morning, Michael Chasinski, 6952, Debbie Bai, and Bonnie Gallant returning to our chat. So wonderful. Got another great day of action here at the Corner Bank from Scarborough, Ontario, Canada. As you see on our screen, Peter Gayorkos and Jason Williams, first frame early goings. Jason with long red. Very good. Now, question here is, this pink is a little tricky to left center from here.
True, because there is that red right over the green pocket. I fancy Jason to take it on. Just a slight little delicate shot.
Well, yeah, he may have the option. He may play the yellow pocket, Dave. If he feels, the angle is too slight. Second chance. Oh, boy.
Stroke of good luck, and unfortunately, where he's ended up, that relatively easy red over the green pocket is unavailable.
Yeah, but this red just above the black, he may be able to pot it to right center. So a possible good bit of fortune, but he's going to need a good one here for sure. Very good. I tell you, when Jason gets focused, and I know before these big events, Dave, he practices hard. He doesn't really play a lot of people. He likes to spend some time on his own, work on his game, and dial it in for himself. So he's very dedicated like that. The year he won, he was nonstop for weeks before the event.
I guess he just didn't have the angle on that black, as those three reds in the middle of the cluster there. The bottom one does go, but he does have reprieve with this relatively easy red.
Yeah. And he was smart enough not to roll a little bit further. He would have off the black, because he would have been a little closer to the cushion, made that pot a little bit more difficult. But so here he had somewhat of control. Not a great angle, as we see where he's ended up, unfortunately. But he may take this brown on to top left corner. It's thin, but it's definitely potable for him.
We might be in a bit of trouble now.
Oh boy. Wow.
So great chance for Peter to respond here. Only trailing by 21 points. Lots of reds on the table. Pink's rather tied up, but black and brown looking good, and even blue.
Yeah, main thing for Peter right now is to pot the first red. Position is important, but if he takes this red that he's looking at right now, Dave, the thin one, the white's going to be traveling back up the table, so just needs to play for an area, not a specific ball at this point. Once he gets on a color, then he can maneuver his white a little bit easier. So that's not bad. If he's on the blue, it's even better. If not, he would have had the yellow. So that's what I mean about playing for that area. This is where he can hold his white.
Appreciate you, Debbie, getting up bright and early. We know Debbie tunes in from Revelstoke, BC, so just after 6:30 a.m. as well. Bonnie, thanks for chiming in. And I agree. Let's have a good day. Fortunately, it's going to be not a great day for 24 competitors, as we'll move into the knockout phase a little later today. That means 24 players going home. Jason, severely punished by that missed brown, leaving Peter in the reds. This little cannon into that red to hold for the red above the black. You can just draw back delicately to be low on the black. Natural angle taken for these two reds by his cue ball. Oh, didn't make the pot, and I guess the drawback wasn't there. I was trying to just run through for the black. Don't know a lot about Peter's game. I think he's probably the tallest competitor in the tournament. But when a previous Canadian national champion gives you an opportunity like this, you really have to pounce and score heavily.
And Jason, he's given Peter some great opportunities. Just not quite there yet. And Jason will see that, so he's going to want to be aware of that also. But because the group stage, so we're still in a best of 3.
Yeah, so upsets can happen. We've seen a few. And we've yet to see our first century, although Vito Puopolo does have the high run of 91 so far. Now he's fortunate with that red above the blue. Can take on the brown, naturally come up for it. Nice. There's some good chats between Debbie and Bonnie talking about snooker table action and Revelstoke. Myself personally, I come from Vancouver, and I have a friend that is in the interior. He did tell me that actually there was a table in someone's house, like an old Burroughs and Watts, but they had a little bit of flooding damage, so definitely the table needs some restoration. I think they've unfortunately got rid of that table, but if someone's interested, definitely let me know, but it needs a lot of work to restore it.
And Danny Mack, Blake Martell did have a 147, but it was not inside the actual event. It was outside the event. He was playing somebody a friendly match, but still quite the accomplishment, Dave.
Yes, the first at the corner bank. So just when you think you've seen it all on a snooker table, it surprises you.
Now, would that have been Blake's first ever max?
No, as per cloudsnooker.com, great resource for all tournament stats. When the players sign up, they do list their high competition break and their high practice break. So he's had a 147 in practice, but in competition, I think Blake's high run is a 136.
Ah, very good. You know, Jason's rolling along quite nicely now. He seems not too bad early goings here today on what is day 3 of the Open Championship. Leading 49-13, Dave. So 36 in front, requires just one more red.
Yeah, very methodical player. Doesn't rush into anything. Does survey the table for all his options. And when he's ready to strike, he pounces.
Yeah. I've played Jason several times. Not all the time in tournaments. We've met a couple times in events, but even those have been great matches. But even just in practice matches, he's very tough. As you said, when he gets going, he really gets going.
Well, that's definitely going to seal it there. Now up
Well,
by 45. Potential black on. And after, if this goes down or not, it'll only be 27 points on the table.
so yeah, I do see the frame being over here. Michael Cannon, good morning, sir. And yes, sir, we will talk about that. Future event. Of course, we've still got to talk about meeting up at Monte Carlo. Me and you have got to have a match.
Ooh, shell doesn't drop, but Peter concedes. So Jason Williams takes this first frame 65-13. Peter Giokas needs to dig in. He's up tough against the previous Canadian national champion. And we'll find out what he can do in frame two in a few short moments.
Okay. And while we're waiting for this, if I just have a look around cloudsnooker.com, we have Phil Snake in action versus Neil Thornton, Don Comiskey, and Jim Gorley. Steve West taking on another former Canadian champion and Christopher Wood. And Indy 500, Lodi takes on Fast Lane McWilliam. Indy leads that one actually, 1-0. The Maximum Man, Blake Martell versus Joseph Attia. Charlie Brown versus Scott Zhu. And Jeff Kennedy alongside Jonathan Wallace. So all those scores are in play right now. Ladies and gentlemen, you can follow along on cloudsnooker.com as frame two is underway here between Peter and Jason. Jason, of course, 1-0 up. Jason really doesn't matter who he's playing right now. He really needs to have a good outing to set himself up for the elimination rounds later today. And now he's got a good white in the bulk end. Reds are looking not too bad. Black is a little awkward for the moment. But Peter doesn't have an easy way out. So, and if he just drops the white on the bottom cushion, he's probably going to leave one. So see if he can clip thin off this red, Dave.
He's done well to avoid that red coming back to bulk.
Yeah, it was a bit of a chance, but I think he had to take it. He didn't have too much else. So this is a game of millimeters, and that served him well there. But if given the opportunity, Jason can tie you up in knots. And yes, I am speaking from personal experience. But he is a fun player to play because he is, he's a great player.
Yeah, he's got a serious demeanor when he's at the table, but definitely can break the ice from time to time with a well-timed joke that he has sometimes said to the audience, as we've seen in past tournaments.
Oh, yes. And for the most part, he has, great focus. But sometimes things can creep in, Dave, if there's slight movement or something in his eye line, just like all players. It may throw him off a little bit.
Well, as Mickey said to Rocky in the Rocky movies, get up, and fight. So, there's no rule in snooker where once you're down, you have to stay down. If anything is distracting you, get up, clear that head, clear it of any erroneous thoughts. Keep your mind on the shot in front of you.
Well, that's appears we need a bit of luck here.
Yeah, just that red that's above the black. Does it find that pathway through that gap of the two reds into the top left corner?
Yeah,
Jason's taking it on, and it does. It's fortunate enough the brown isn't on its spot, so coming off the blue and going in and out of bulk is a little bit easier. Michael Cannon curious of when the knockout is projected to start. I think our last estimated round robin matches are at 3:30. So let's give you 5 p.m. You might be a rough estimation. Obviously, these first matches, once they get going, and then as tables become available, it's a roll on, roll off philosophy. So we could be a bit sooner, but definitely if you tune into the broadcast, because there will be a little bit of a break when they create that knockout phase, and we'll do our best to put up a little graphic to let you know when that will start. But as we know with snooker, we've seen a frame of snooker last 5 minutes and 21 seconds. And we've also seen one last maybe 140 minutes.
yes.
So it makes it a bit tricky to plan. Obviously, if it was a snooker shootout event, a lot more easier to plan and predict. And for the tournament director, as those are only 10-minute frames.
Wow, another good pot. Still needs a good one here. He's a little challenged with the blue. No, blue to right. Well, his options are blue to right center. Depending on the angle, he does have the brown to top left corner, but more aptly easier to get position is off this blue to middle. Oh boy. Now does this red go? I think it does, Dave. The red just to the right of the black spot.
It's interesting how our friend Debbie chiming in and asking Bonnie what the distance is where she plays snooker. I'm reminded of Brady Golan when he lived in British Columbia. He's now in Alberta, but he was far away. He had to travel 2 hours to find a table to play on where he lives, so there was some distance. I wonder if we could maybe find our Canadian government, because I don't know what legislative came in, but it seems like in every small town in Canada, there's a Chinese food restaurant. Why can't in any small town we just have at least one snooker table?
Inside the Chinese restaurant.
Hey, possibly, yeah. Maybe down in the basement,
Yep.
you have a good match, and then you go up and enjoy some good food. So, just a thought, just an idea. Didn't want to push that blue that far. Not really. Messy looking table right now.
Yeah, well, like I said, he can play a great safety here, uh, opting for the yellow. And that will play. And yes, Mr. Cannon, we will talk about your idea next week or the week after. We'll get back to you.
So Peter in a bit of trouble here. So to find out his pathway down to bulk, and the Canadian safety don't really like, because there's a few open reds down here at the top end of the table.
Oh, wow. Well, I don't see Jason. Well, Jason might put it back, but he has a red on. If he can get on a color.
Could have this black to the top left corner. This is kind of a bit more an aggressive pot here. Don't mind it early on, and as well leading the match one frame to nothing, needing just a one more frame for the match.
Right. Also, we have to keep in mind where Jason stands in the group. So for him, this match, win or lose, might not mean too much. He's still going to give it his all, of course, but he might be a little bit more free to take on a more difficult pot. For Peter, however, it might mean the difference between advancing and not advancing. Jason's got the blue. Oh, if it's tight to that knuckle there. Oh, he's played it about the best he could. He's still on a red.
Always tough, those thin cuts, especially with the rest, but he's done well. Kind of a little shot to nothing potentially. His cue ball is deep in the bulk area, and Peter is snookered. So Peter's got to have a good shot here. Lots of reds. He should be able to hit a red. Just where is his cue ball going to be in relation to these reds? Doesn't want to gift an easy starter for his opponent.
Yeah, if he can come off left cushion, bottom cushion, and nestle up to those two reds that are close together, I think that would be his best bet at the moment. Aim just a little bit higher of left center. It should get him there. Well, I think that one is going to go back. Yeah, if Jason had even a half chance there at potting a red, he would have taken it just to keep the frame moving.
Yeah, attempt number 2 for Peter. Should make the minor adjustments. Expect him to hit a red here. And that's not the worst shot he's played. Acknowledged by a little tap on the table by Jason. Doesn't give him a chance. Hopefully Jason can easily flick off the red just above him on the right side and get back to bulk.
Yeah, Jason definitely keeping it tight, putting a little bit of pressure on Peter. Peter trailing again, 22-0. But the way the balls are sitting, if he can, well, here it's difficult, but if he can soon get in with a good putt, colors are not too bad, Dave.
Roland, I'm not exactly sure where Peter is from. That's what Roland is asking. He's a new player to me, but there are a fair number of new players to me coming from Vancouver, British Columbia. Such a vast country and all these little great pockets of great snooker players. But the cost of travel and accommodation these days makes it tough for players to travel freely throughout our great land.
Well, I think Jason was looking to get a little bit more roll on the white. Still okay. But he will need the rest now, unfortunately.
He's got the black. The only unfortunate part, it's going to go on its spot and be rather tied up. But pink and blue available here early on in your career as a snooker player. Any teacher will tell you you want to get close to that black ball because it's worth 7 big points. And good morning to our good friend Rick Marshall out there in British Columbia. How you doing, Rick? Hope your snooker game's going well. We miss you at the BC Open, but life can get busy, we know sometimes. But hopefully we could see you at the national tournament someday. Rick, a great snooker and pool player. And a pink coming up, just blocking that path of the 4 reds topmost, so contact with its top cushion of the lowest red on the table. Nicely done there to stay onto the pink. Love to get that red away from that black ball, open it up to both pockets. Now, Peter having a tough go of it right now, trailing by 50 in this second frame. Definitely needs to win it to force it into decider to have a chance to win the match, but it's not looking likely here.
Yeah, this is going to be a quick one, I believe.
Oh, just as that happens,
Oh boy.
Jason falters on the pink.
Well, if there's ever a time for Peter to make a move, Dave, this has certainly got to be it. He's trailing by 51 with 6 reds remaining, 75 on. Mathematically, still possible. Black not available from here.
Peter seems pretty still on the shot. It's good to see. It's coming around to see if that black passes the red, and I don't think it does to the top right corner. So, nice little bounce off the top cushion, and he should be on the pink. Like that idea there, he was trying to force and kick out that red by the black. If he misses, he's plumb on the pink, and he's got a good angle actually now to disrupt black and red. Why when it doesn't get the pink?
Well, hasn't left anything too easy. I mean, Jason more than likely have a go at this red to the top left corner. You know, being 43 in front, knowing his opponent is struggling, gives him a little bit more freedom.
And he's given a thin hope for Peter. Maybe hasn't run enough. Our vantage point looks like a thin cut for that red. Peter not liking it. Might be a pathway here for Jason. Just that cue ball just squeezed by that black for that red. It must have rolled just a bit too far. It looks straight on into the left middle from our vantage point. These players at the table have the best view. Hasn't rolled enough. Another thin snick on this red. Always see with always these thin cuts, you lose control of that cue ball. And that's the name of the game for snookers. You really want to control that cue ball. As they say, treat it like it's on a string. Well, he's going to have to make a nice red here to keep the break going. Or he's just going to run and hide. Just getting that area behind the yellow.
Yeah, very wise. You know, Dave, he had a thin chance or a slim chance of potting that red to the green pocket. This is obviously the better play, so very smartly done. He knows he's down, but he's not out. So 35 the difference. So Jason needs 2 reds here. You know, if Jason's not too careful, Peter just might work his way back into the frame. It's going to be a big mountain to climb. You know, you can see the red to the bottom left corner. It's tough from where he is, but he's down by a few points. He's down a frame. I really don't mind him going for this one, taking that risk, because Jason doesn't give you many opportunities. So even like something like this, which has a lot of risk to it, but the reward is, in my opinion, well worth it.
Oh, he's going to be in a bit of trouble here.
Yeah, I would think
He's
that
right
might
out.
be it. But yeah, I don't mind him trying that one. He didn't hit it too good, Dave, but at this point of the match, in this frame, sometimes you got to take something on. Try and make something happen. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Unfortunately, this time for Peter, it hasn't.
Yeah, there hasn't been a lot of missed shots that Peter is playing. I think just sometimes he's just run out of position a little bit. There were some opportunities where he really could have punished Jason. So I think he's got to lift his head up high. If he's defeated here, just sometimes you just lose to the better player, and that's it.
Yeah,
You can't
there's,
do about it.
you know, like we've said, unfortunately there's got to be a winner, and there's got to be a loser. I mean, we've all played matches where we've played great and lost. So
So that red was his frame ball. Our good friend Rick Marshall chiming in about the dress code. Well, he did relax it a little bit, Rick. It's quite warm here in southern Ontario in the early stages of June. But when we get into the knockout phase, that's when we'll start to see full dress. There's been discussions maybe pulling the tournament a little earlier. in the year. Obviously, usually our season starts in September, as everyone likes to enjoy the sunshine in July and August. Maybe we could see, and if anybody wants to cast a vote potentially on the stream, maybe early April might be an ideal time for the Canadian National Championships. So unfortunately, Peter Giorgis is not successful in this match. We don't think he'll be coming back to the table. Yeah, we try to bring a professional dress code to these tournaments, but sometimes things happen. As anyone that tuned into the Pan American Championships last year in Sacramento, it was hot, over 100 degrees Fahrenheit. So that's 30 something Celsius. Don't have my temperature calculator on me today. And unfortunately for our friends at the Area Snooker Club, their air conditioning had broke, so it was quite a hot environment. So at least the tournament directors are civil, and they did relax it a little bit. Because sometimes if it gets just too hot and the clothes that players are wearing, it just brings the standard down, and that's not what we want to see.
Jason is going to be our winner here. Oh, what a great putt that was. So Jason's going to win this match over Peter, 2-0. And Dave, we do have another match going that we can switch to, Phil Snake and Neil Thornton, until another match comes up on our main table. So handshake's coming. One of Jason's more faster matches. All right,
Yeah.
so congratulations. Jason Williams is our winner. We will momentarily switch over and check in with Phil Snake and Neil Thornton. Neil Thornton leads this match 1-0, but he's trailing the second frame 35-13.
And our friend Nicolas 17 is a new player looking to compete in the next year. What skill level would you recommend achieving before trying to a tournament like this? I'd say whatever your skill level is, Nicholas, come on down. When I got back into snooker, or the BC Open was being staged in 2014, I had no idea what the environment was, but I had a cue. I decided to enter the tournament, and hey, I went undefeated. I won all the coin tosses in my matches, but I lost every match, but still had some good fun and stuck with it. So I think any level set, just come out. You're going to meet some great people and give it a go. Like the US space mission. They tried to go to the moon. They didn't get there with Apollo 1, but eventually they did with Apollo 11.
And it looks like our next match on our feature table, folks, is going to be Brad Robinson versus the new and current 2026 Canadian Senior Champion, Gerard Morrison. Right now, it's Phil Snake looking to force a third frame decider, folks. Neil Thornton doing well here in this match, capturing the first frame, trailing by 22 at present. Had an opportunity rather there, pardon me. Didn't quite get it. Possible double here for Mr. Snake. White behind the black. Keeping the pressure on. Phil's not going to take any chances here. He's down a frame. As red towards the top left corner. Needs to either pot it or get it safe. Wow, that's well played. Tap on the table from former senior champion Phil Snake. Well, I think Phil's well on his way to force a third and deciding frame against Mr. Thornton here. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We do have a chat goal going. Per se, super chat or super stickers help support our live streams. Thank you so much for tuning in. I'm your host, Rob Richards. Also alongside me is Mr. Bernie, who has stepped away briefly. We'll be getting back to our main feature table in just a few moments. As soon as that match begins, we'll switch back over. Just this red. Oh, and I don't think he's got it. Oh my goodness. So the door is open. Neil Thornton trailing 59-19, so 40 points down, 43 on. So that door is open, but it's only open a crack. Oh, he's going to want a good bounce off this cushion. Not great, but not terrible. He's got to concentrate just on the block here and make sure he doesn't snooker himself on the last red. Yeah, he got past the blue, so he's okay. So 32 behind. requires, well, brown to tie, at least a blue to win here. And if he can get on the blue, he quite possibly could clear up and steal this frame from Phil and win the match 2-0. Nicholas 17, thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it. Actually, Nicholas, in regards to your comment about expanding the league to send some people down, um, we got something in the works. I've been talking with Matt Tosheri myself. Um, we got something in the works for that. Have a little chat with Matt, when he gets back. Um, I'm going to have a chat here with the OBSA board myself, and yeah, we have something in the works. Well, let me clarify. We have something in the works for the Ontario Championship. The Canadians, however, I don't have a lot of pull there. But, let's put a pin in that for now. We'll get with Matt later when he returns and when he's got some time. All right, so our feature match is beginning, but we're going to stay here for the moment. Well, snookers are required, folks. So Phil will win this frame. There's going to be a third frame decider coming up. But we are back on our feature table with Brad Robinson taking on the new and current 2026 Canadian Open Senior Snooker Champion, Gerard Morrison. So Brad, a fair player, will challenge Gerard here. And there we see Mr. Bernie left or right of view coming back to the booth. So frame one underway. Gerard, early opportunity here at this red bottom right corner to get things started. Needs the white to run on. It's not going to be perfect for the middle, but he will have a pot here. Going in and out of bulk into the pack's really a tall order. Just needs to get the white in a position for a decent safety, unless he can swing it around, but it's going to need to move. Wow, what an effort.
Yeah, now is he feeling aggressive here? Taking this red into the top right corner, playing with top, and just slamming in the pack and opening it up. And he completely blunders there. Actually, had a little chat with Brad last night. He was feeling he was in tough. He had some strong opponents he was going at. I said, maybe just turn something on his head. Try and do something maybe very unpredictable. I said, Brad, don't know when it's going to happen, but maybe if something predicts itself that you got to do something a little out of the ordinary, maybe just shake up the thinking of your opponent. Chance here, long red top, right middle, right corner, I should say. Nicholas, that's great to see up there in Northern Ontario. I assume that you know Matt and Vince, and maybe you're a fellow Thunderbarian, land of the sleeping giant. Hopefully, you've got your coffee in Persian. There we go. Is that the wild thing? Time to attack, Brad. It's tough just where the colors are. Only green on its spot. Trying to play some granite snooker there. Just came a little short. He's brought the blue down to the party. Yes, we're actually talking about coaching. There's good chat in the chat room about coaching for newer players. We did have David Putty in the booth yesterday, providing some commentary. Appreciate that. And his counterpart, Jonathan Wallace, is in the tournament, but both those gentlemen run the Canadian Q Sports Academy. Definitely got a strong base here in Southern Ontario. It'd be quite a trip to get up to Thunder Bay. But they are working on developing some virtual kind of coaching sessions through video, Zoom calls, that kind of thing. So definitely check out their site. Maybe send them an email, get the ball rolling, see what can happen. It's nice to see that there's action up there in Thunder Bay, and it's really starting to grow, regrow, I should say, in our country. We had a great contingent of wonderful snooker players, obviously. We have had a world champion in our ranks, the great Cliff Thorburn, back in 1980. But we're seeing a lot more snooker rooms opening in Canada rather than closing, and a lot more interest in tournaments. Very good to see. So with more tournaments, more players, more rooms, comes more coaches, more events, all positive things. Brad just struggling just a little bit on the early stages. Only trails by a point. Lots of reds out there. And no color on its spot. Well, Gerard has left a red on for Brad. Natural angle will be taking them down to the business end of the table, so important that he is successful. Just disturbed him. Good for him to get up and recompose, do his pre-shot routine. That's a great point there. Nicholas is seeing that snooker table's income has risen as Canada is welcoming many international students. Where I'm out in Vancouver, there's a large population of Chinese players, and that country is having a boom right now. The past two world champions coming from China, Zhao Xingtong and Wu Yize.
Okay. Well, good chance here for Brad.
Yeah, this is good stuff here. He's on the black. Blue's not going to block the black, but that red, right of the pink, it does. Might just run through for the red below the black spot. Oh, he's gifted an easy starter here for Gerard. He'll roll through. Let's see where he needs to be on with his black to top left corner. I'm really enjoying the contingent of Thunder Bay viewership. My old alma mater up there at Confederation College Film School. Hopefully everything's going well in Thunder Bay. Tough city, isolated there in northern Ontario. It's kind of almost like Canada's Reno, a small city with big ideas. As Brad just poked the bear, as Gerard woken up a little bit here. Just taking his medicine. Thought he was in running, but gonna run and hide. Gerard is. We actually have found the mystery about Gerard. As you can see, where he's sitting there, he's sitting on one of his legs. Sometimes he sits on both legs. We thought it was some very interesting Tibetan meditation stance, but that's not the case. Gerard tells me that he's a construction worker, and never good to sit on your backside because you got to spring into action. So that's why he sits on his feet. You know, Nicholas chiming in about what's happening development in Thunder Bay. Way back when I was there, it seems like Thunder Bay had promised to build up along the lake up there in Lake Superior, and they were imploding a grain elevator. So we heard about that at film school, and our professors just got our cameras and we filmed. Actually, I was fortunate enough to be on a tugboat on Lake Superior, middle of December. So you can imagine how cold that was. It was, and running a 16 millimeter film to capture this implosion of a grain elevator. We also had cameras in a helicopter, and real fun event. So I appreciate the time I spent in
Well, yeah,
Thunder Bay.
that must have been a little bit cold, Dave.
The thing is, when you're up in Thunder Bay, you plan for it. You bundle up quite nicely. Funny story: when we were in school, we were renting a house, a bunch of us film students. So you imagine you bundle up; it's freezing cold, but we had the luxury of not paying for utilities. So
Okay.
at one point, we were walking home in the freezing cold, the path, bundled all up, and a fellow roommate had jacked the heating in the house up to 30 Celsius and was sitting in shorts when we came home.
Oh boy.
We were sweltering when we came in with all our long johns and puffy jackets and the such.
Oh yeah. Instant heat. Must have felt a bit like a sauna.
True, true.
Well, Brad just left the blue over the corner there. Hasn't given anything away, but he would have liked to have seen that blue drop. So like I said at the onset, folks, Gerard Morrison, current senior champion. Brad, a good player in his own right, will challenge Gerard here in this match. It's very close, only 3 points in it.
Yeah, Gerard comes, or not Gerard, I should say, Brad comes from the Owen Sound area. It's a nice setup there, quite relaxing, not a lot of labor. So, talking to him briefly, he's like, "Where'd all this traffic come from?" When he came back to this tournament, it's quite a lot. So, if you are a player, do take into account it might take a little bit longer. It is going to be busy on Friday.
Yes.
Weather is nice, so a few people probably going to book off work a little early today, try and get a jump on traffic to get up to the beautiful cottage country that Ontario possesses.
Yeah, Gerard had a tough out there, so just wisely getting the white to the bottom cushion. He knows he's going to be on the bulk cushion here. Brad just having a quick look at the red, see if he can get the white behind those 3 colors. Got to be careful here. Doesn't want to knock that blue in. Oh boy, and he did. Trying to catch that red, I do believe Dave super thin. Unfortunately, caught it a bit thick. Those there, you either catch them real thin or thick, super thick, so they get to the side cushion first. But little careless in the start of this first frame.
Yeah, a little nervy. First one for both players. So just shaking off some of those jitters.
Yeah, it's a big day for some. Others it may not mean too much, but we'll see how this one plays out. Gerard putting Brad back in. You know, Brad is a competitor with the Ontario Snooker Tour, travels to pretty much all the events that he can get to. You know, Gerard Dave is one of those players that I've never, in all my years, never had the pleasure of sharing the table with. And I gotta say, there's been hundreds of events that we've both been in, just never made it into the same match.
Well, I don't have a crystal ball, but I think in the next tournament you're involved in, Rob, I think you're going to have a match with Gerard. So many times we say, you know what, I've never
Yep.
seen this in the game of snooker. And sure enough, it happens.
Yeah, I'm definitely there's a few actually. Derek Claus who's not in this event, which is somewhat surprising. Um, Sometimes schedule doesn't allow, but he's another player I've never shared the table with. So looking forward to those when our Ontario season kicks off again in a few months. I believe at the end of September. Oh, I think, yeah, he's left one on.
A little break in the action is Jeff Kennedy in his match. They're down to the final black. Not sure what frame it is, but Jeff is wanting the extended spider.
Uh, if I go on Cloud, Dave, it is the second frame. Jeff leads John Wallace 1-0. So potential match winner there for Jeff. Good pot. How's this going to work out? Not bad for Brad. He's got a tricky pot either way for position. If he plays just the pot, it's pretty much straightforward, but he doesn't want to just play the pot. He definitely wants to get position here. You know, I would fancy this black left center, slight draw, pocket weight almost.
Oh, it's just
Oh boy.
he's got to start putting those 1-2 punches together. He's going to be successful. Just give a chance for Gerard to wake up.
Yeah, if Gerard gets his arm going fully, then well, he's going to be a contender in this event, Dave, no matter which way you look at it. The senior champion typically does well in the open. past history dictates. We'll see if Gerard can keep that going. And that was a good win for him over the previous event in the seniors.
Yeah, speaking of strange occurrences, not sure how many in the stream tuned in last year. And Memorial Day weekend, we had the U.S. Nationals, and then the following weekend, we had the Canadian National Championships. I was involved commentating on the U.S. Nationals. Early on in that tournament, a player hit his red so hard that it popped out of the cushion and went onto the rail and rolled down and dropped into the pocket. Now, not a week later in the Canadian National event, the same thing happened.
That's right.
Unbelievable.
Those are crowd-pleasing moments.
Those are, did that just happen?
Yeah. Actually, earlier in the Ontario snooker season, it happened as well. Actually, very first event, very first match, it was Anita Chan with an incredible brown to the yellow pocket long distance, and it jumped out of that top left corner, rolled down the left side cushion, right into the middle bag. Unfortunately, it wasn't on camera, but I was actually it was actually right on this table at the corner bag too, Dave. So strange things can and will happen in this game, and that's one of the reasons why we love it so much.
Yeah, that was a surprising miss on that pink for Gerard. He's got a 31-15 advantage in this first frame. 59 points on the table. That's going to reduce after that. Red has gone in. So,
Bit of a back and forth frame here. One player gets the lead, next player comes back, takes it back. Oh boy.
both players struggling to make a donation for breast cancer on that pink.
Oh, he's not bad, this blue. Needs to be a little accurate with his white here. Oh boy. Oh, has he cut it in the corner? No, that would have been a strange occurrence, Dave.
I could tell by Gerard just having a smile, not of happiness, of like,
Can't believe what he's done. I mean, he's not playing too bad. He's moving his white around, but then things like that happen. You know, as players, we can't, just bad cueing, not enough chalk on your tip, and things happen.
Oh, that was a nice red. Just might be a bit straight on this blue. And the distance. Tough to get good drawback on these. Just attaching that telescopic extension. All the players these days have all the tools in their case. Sometimes at tournaments when players open up their cue case, it almost looks like a fishing tackle box. There's so many gadgets in there. extensions to shapers, to chalks, and sometimes some players even have pictures of their loved ones in there, which is a nice element to see.
Right. Once again, Nicholas, thank you for your support. In regards to your question about Vince and Levi, absolutely would love to, but however, it's still a roll-on, roll-off system. It just depends on where they are in the match schedule and what tables come available at what point. So we don't, unfortunately, absolutely would love to have Levi on, but we don't have control. All we can do pretty much, Dave, is cross our fingers and hope for the best. And Martin Perry tuning in from South Wales in Britain. Very nice. Thank you for the compliment. Truly appreciate it. As we do all our viewers here this morning, day 3 at the Canadian National Open Championship. We are live on the OBSA's YouTube channel. Please do remember to like and subscribe.
Yeah, for a small little country, Wales has produced a lot of great snooker players. Six-time world
Oh, yes.
champion Ray Reardon, 1979 champion Terry Griffiths, three-time winner Mark Williams, even a couple years finalist Matthew Stevens. So, World Snooker, if you're listening, so many pockets with great snooker players. Let's resurrect that World Cup. Now, I might be biased because Canada did win the first edition of that back in 1986 with Cliff Thorburn and Bill Wernick and Kirk Stevens. But I know they've always been making a bid to try and get Q Sports in the Olympics, and that would do wonders for the game, getting it on a global stage.
Yes.
But if you can get a world event and televise it properly, that's going to inspire young little Canadians or Welsh, Scots, or even Kiwis all the way over in New Zealand turning in to potentially pick up a cue and get involved in this great game.
Well, we're down to the final red here in this opening frame. Gerard with a 9-point lead, 31-22. So, as I said, Brad will challenge Gerard. He's got a good mind for the game, this gentleman. Sometimes pots will go a little awry, not as planned, but pretty much that has been on both sides of the table here today. And in our previous match we were showing, Phil Snake has defeated Neil Thornton 2-1.
Yeah, valiant attempt there by Brad, but he might be in a bit of trouble here. Sure, it could just hit on the right side of that red angle push the red up and down table, and he might cannon into that brown and just hold position behind the green for the snooker.
Oh, almost got past the brown. Almost had it, but he's got a good white. Nothing easy here for Mr. Robinson.
Oh, is there a path for this red to go by the green and underneath the brown into the green pocket? Certainly looks promising. Certainly looks like Gerard's taking it on. But it certainly wasn't there. Oh, this is very nice. Well played by Brad. Got Gerard in the snooker. Grabbing that marking coin. And there's no referees at the table. The coin really helps for an accurate respot of the cue ball when these foul and miss scenarios arise. And when you're in a snooker, it's always great to put your opponent in a snooker on your shot. Well done by Gerard. Ooh. Well, attempt number 2 is successful for Brad, and he hasn't sold out an easy shot for Gerard. Gerard could come off left side of this red. Find some happiness behind the pink. Hasn't come up enough for the pot. So another safety shot here for Gerard. very nice flick off that black. Green stopped the momentum of the cue ball and given Gerard great snooker. Oh, what a retort that is. Beautiful shot. Admire that, Mr. Robertson. That was nicely done. Gerard's feeling, I'm kind of the mind. Gonna take a look at your cue ball and red ball. In that spot in the middle. Point your cue at that green pocket and come back on that trajectory to hit the right cushion and possibly the top cushion, the ball cushion, I should say. And you should hit the red, which is the patented two cushion escape philosophy.
Well, that was fairly close, but yeah, I think definitely Brad will have this put back.
Yeah, just trailing by a slim margin, only 9 points, 35 on the table. Yeah, Gerard shouldn't falter a second time. He's just so skilled.
Yeah, but he's left it on here. Not easy cueing across the cushion. And those side pockets can sometimes kick back at you.
Well, he's in. He's got an angle on the green. Come up for the yellow. Nothing's really safe, just the real estate he has to cover. Coming off the brown to blue, blue to pink, and pink back up for black. Just doesn't want to be straight on this. Want to be a little close to the bulk cushion. Blind cuts are a little tougher to take on, but the natural angle put him down for the green.
Good opportunity for Brad. Has he hooked himself, snookered? Oh boy, he has. Yeah, Brad just stepping away, having to look around. Didn't look to the heavens yet, Dave, but he's certainly thinking that was his chance. And another good match going on right to the left of you is Frank Amirani and Elias Hamidi. That match is just beginning, so if we ever get a chance, if this match concludes, quite possibly can swing over there for the conclusion of that one, just to keep the action running.
Good hit by Brad, made contact, but unfortunately he sold out this green to left middle. It's like Gerard can just get stunned into it. I think the angle of it will just slowly bring cue ball up towards that bulk line. And if he's low on the red, it won't be a problem there, so I'll have the natural angle to get for the blue.
Gerard up by 6. Just needs the blue. Oh, wow. That cue ball kind of just died off that top cushion, Dave.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't really get anything into it. I mean, you still got a pot on, but when you have the chance to make your frame ball an easy one, and you end up with this, wow. Not as straightforward as I'm sure you would have liked. Oh boy, 6 pockets.
Well, he's not going to like that finish of the blue, Gerard. It's going to be a tough run out, but it is there for Brad. It'll be a big steal in this first frame. Best of 3 round robin match. They're quick sprints. It's another debate. Feel free if you want to chime in on the chat. What do you prefer? Do you prefer round robin, where you have maybe shorter matches, but you play tongue-tied there. The round robin matches, you play different opponents, and you have a few more matches before you're out of the tournament? Or would you like a longer frame match going against just one opponent, and if you lose, unfortunately, you go home? Maybe there's a plate tournament for first round losers. But let us know what you think. Round robin versus single elimination for the Canadians. Brad Robinson's got this black to the yellow. It's the only thing he's got to think about is putting this into the bottom of the pocket. What a pot. He was really down on that shot for a while. I felt almost, Brad, you're down too long. Just get up and reset. You're kind of starting to overthink it, but black finds salvation for him. So he takes that first frame 50-42. Gerard Morrison, a battler. We'll see what happens when we come back with frame 2.
Yeah, that was a good frame for Brad to come out the winner on the block. I mentioned before, Dave, that Brad is going to be a contender against Gerard in this match.
Yeah, he stole that first frame, so can he steal another? Oh, nice drag shot to try and hold for the black. Hasn't sold anything out to Brad, so
Brad is taking a little bit of extra time here, but he's got one option. Well, two options. You can leave the cue ball there, not ideal, or very simply get that white back in the bulkhead. Yeah, I'm not sure about that, Dave. He could have swung the white quite easily without interference and left Gerard behind the bulk colors. As it stands, he hasn't really left a pot on, but now he's going to be the one further away from the safety.
Now, thanks for chiming in, Bentley George. Hopefully, as you've seen, Gerard got off his chair and he aptly walked with two legs to the table. Now he just has that precocious sitting stance, as I alluded to earlier in the broadcast, that he works in construction. So it's never good to sit on your rear end in a construction atmosphere. You got to be ready to pounce out to work. So that's just a habit that he's had from his job, that he sits on his legs. And when the job needs to happen, he springs into action. Whether it's construction or a snooker table, he's ready to pounce. So a lot at stake. Not sure where these players are in the standings, but the top four players of each group will move on to the knockout round. That will commence a little later today. First place is going to be taking home $2,800 in the distinct award of being the Canadian national champion, the best in Canada. Second place gets 2,000. Third and fourth both get 1,100 each. Our fifth place to eighth place get 600. Ninth to 16th get 300, and the high break collects $250. Some good money that these players are playing for. See, everyone wish it could be a bit higher. So we're starting to grow the family of snooker. In the olden days, I was just happy to have a good event with some good money, but now things are expanding. We're getting a lot more referees that are interested, and that's great to see because it helps the player and the flow of a match go along. We've got streaming producers like Rob Richards and commentators like myself to bring the action to you. As some people can't come to the venue here at the Corner Bank, but they can tune in globally on the OBSA YouTube channel for the stream. And tournament directors, even scorekeepers. Scorekeepers should be a blessing.
Yes.
Best seat in the house. You can't have an obstructed view. So we're doing our best to really just, I think, grow the whole community. We're nowhere without the players. I agree, but I think we all have to work together. We can't have our gripes about things. Sometimes I feel like if you're not feeling great about how things are going, well, maybe tie up your laces and get involved. We seek out maybe local provincial associations or being part of the national organization.
Yeah, the viewership for this event has been incredible. Got viewers tuning in from pretty much around the globe, Dave.
Yeah,
Oh,
it is a
wow.
global sport, played over 100 countries.
Yeah, but our Canadian championship seems to be getting more and more widely recognized around the globe, really. Overseas as well, which, is exactly the right direction that we want to go in.
Yeah, this event falls under the umbrella of the CBSA, which is directly linked to the PAPSA, the Pan American Billiards and Snooker Association, which is directly linked to the World Professional Billiards and Snooker Association. So you scratch my back, I scratch your back. It's just kind of how things get made aware. Obviously, a lot more easier with the internet world that we live in.
Yes. Oh, boy. Well, this could be an issue for Brad as he throws his arm in the air.
Yeah,
I mean,
tables
go ahead, Dave.
all Europe.
Well, I was just going to say, he threw his hands in the air, but he was in tough. He didn't hit it well. He knew the possibility, even before he played the shot, that there was a possibility if he missed, he was going to be leaving everything. Or leaving something, to say the least. But, that's like something we were touching on yesterday. If you can keep your emotions hidden from your opponent, it might actually be a little bit better for you. If you can keep that confident air about you, even though underneath you're feeling aggravated or annoyed or whatever. But Gerard looking to take advantage now.
It needs a big bounce there. Good recovery by Gerard. long red into the green pocket base, queuing over. Thin slice here into the middle. Thin slice on that red near the left cushion. So don't mind him playing this one. Can be on the black, but can't convert on the pot.
Well, Roland, that's really good advice from Fern. Fern's a great man, a good player. Because play against the table, not the opponent. You know, because there's nothing you can do when you're sitting in your chair. You have no control over your opponent. However, this frame right now is all Gerard presently. Only in front by 21, 25-4.
Yeah, Gerard's got a red into the right middle. It's a thin, so he'll be coming up table. Got some reds up there on that side of the table we can work with. To get blue or pink onto its spot.
That's right.
Yeah, that is correct. Professional Moriarty chiming in that Jimmy White still playing pretty decent in his 60s. Such a great natural talent. And Ray Reardon, before he passed, he made a century break in his 90s. So one big thing, obviously, that happens in this sport is with age, the eyesight goes. But as you can see, Gerard has those famous upside down kind of glasses. Dennis Taylor, the 1985 world champion, really brought into vogue. So he's just gonna get behind this black as he's nominate that as his color. A little bit at the end, maybe a little piece of dust. Brad's going to put him back. Yeah, there's still some players that use the triangle chalk. 2010 world champion Neil Robertson this year at the World Championships was quite adamant that he felt that triangle chalk should be banned. That all players should be using the tome chalk from Finland. Doesn't leave a lot of residue on the cue ball or the table, so it really takes out kicks that come in the game. But tome is not the cheapest brand of chalk, so it's easy, Neil, to say that when you're getting sponsored. But as Rob mentioned early in the broadcast, he has a bit of tome chalk, and it lasts for quite a while. So probably a worthwhile investment on the onset. It may look a bit pricey, maybe $35, $40, I think, for a piece of chalk. But Rob was letting us know that his piece was still running strong even after a year.
Yeah, it's. I mean, I still have quite a bit of the triangle stuff, but I don't think I have enough time in my lifetime to get to it. Over the course of the year, probably go through more of the triangle chalk than it would cost me to buy one piece of the Tom chalk.
Now, once again, Gerard has pulled ahead in the frame, just like he did in the first frame, but Brad battled back to stay in it and had a great little 18 break with blue, pink, and black to steal that first frame. Getting Don his balaclava and take this one as well.
All right, folks, just to let you be aware, as this venue gets a little bit busier, we're having a little bit of issue with the network connection. So it may be a little spotty. Currently working on it. So thank you for your patience. Stay tuned, and it should catch itself up momentarily.
I appreciate that, Rob. I have heard that the weather might not be very nice getting into the afternoon here in the Toronto area. Might experience some rain showers, maybe potential hail. Let's hopefully that doesn't hurt our broadcast a little bit.
Yeah, we're not supposed to get into the deep storms until later this evening. I was hoping that it's going to be later after our broadcast, but we never know here in Southern Ontario what can happen. Weather will affect radio signals, Wi-Fi, internet providers, things like that, of course. But if we're just patient, Dave, usually I can change a few settings and give it a moment or two, and then things usually balance out. Right now, it doesn't seem too bad, but we'll have to wait and see. But that's all part of the stream, Dave. That's why it's good to have somebody on the tech side as well. It can manage different things and keep the stream rolling for the viewers.
That white needed to keep rolling for Gerard. Just hooked himself on that black. And obviously, we do have to make sure that everyone is okay sometimes in the technical difficulties, as I remember way back in 1989, tuning in that World Series of Baseball at Candlestick Park in San Francisco, and then all of a sudden the feed went down, and the head scratches were going. What happened? And it came back pretty quickly to report that an earthquake had happened. So fingers crossed nothing like that happens over the weekend. Technical difficulties can still happen. You know, it doesn't experience technical difficulties if you're here live. These tables aren't going to go anywhere. Got a well-stocked refreshment area here, and the food is good at the corner bank. So pay us a visit, 925 Warden Ave. Our friends at the Canadian Q Sports, or the Canadian Snooker Hall of Fame, I should say, Bob Hargrove and Dee Dee have set up. A little merch going. I'd love to talk to you. If you have any stories as well, that organization is building to honor great people in the past and in the present that have helped grow the sport, whether it be players, builders, just great people involved with a positive attitude and want to see the sport excel as high as it can.
All right, well, knock on wood, Dave. I think our settings have leveled out for the time being. But Gerard looking good here in this second frame. 41-11 in front, 30 points to the good. Now he's got to be careful of that red there by his cue. Should be no problem, Brad, having a quick look.
Is certainly making it difficult for himself.
Well, not an easy putt on anything from here. But those two reds on the top half of the table. Gerard's got to be a little bit cautious whether he plays a putt or a safety, really. If he doesn't like a putt in the bulkhead, he can simply just nudge off the black, leave the white on the bottom cushion.
I think he's trying for the other side of that pink, that pace. He'll find behind the green and put Brad in a lot of trouble. That shot choice there by Gerard. Across double. There's a chance that that red could find the bottom of the top right corner. If it doesn't, at least his cue ball is going deep into the bulk area. Still 67 points on the table, potentially. And Brad just trailing by 30 points. Does he have the path between the black and the red? Looks like it's there. He might have a nice angle just to come through this red, come off the left cushion, and be on the black.
Yeah, he certainly needs a good contribution here, Dave. Trailing by 30. Reds are dwindling. A little firm, but you know, he's okay.
Yeah, he can just slowly drop down on this red close to the top cushion, bounce off that said top cushion, be one of these three reds. Just drops his head in disgust. Black doesn't drop.
Yeah, he really just had to fully, I don't think he fully committed to that pot. You know, he came to the pot, came to the white on the black, and just didn't like the angle and knew he didn't like the angle, but he just couldn't forget about that. Sometimes you just got to play what you're given. Just because if you don't like the pot, doesn't mean you have to try it, doesn't mean you have to go for it. But he's still in the frame.
Yeah, the sport is called snooker. It's not called pot balls. So you have to have a good offense and defense game, and you've got to be able to turn it on and off like a light switch. Bounce back from different
Absolutely.
ways of playing.
Well, Dave, if the first frame is any indication of how Brad can play, if Gerard gives him one chance, which he did in the first frame, and Brad cleared up the three remaining colors to nick that frame. So Gerard's going to do well to not give him that chance again.
Yeah, he had a good chance there, Brad. Might be needing a little help from his friends here with this long red, the middle of the three reds, using the black to help out. But I'm just feeling some irregularities on the table there. My good friend Aldo does a great job. This work is unseen doing his work, but it is noticed. He's in here every morning brushing and blocking and ironing all the tables just to get them ready for tournament action. So Aldo, we really salute you and all your hard work before the tournament day begins. This friend's going to get a little scrappy now. Red's close to side cushions. Just nipping off reds one at a time. Brad needs to take at least, he gets one red. Has to do well to get at least a color with it. It's one way to get things going. Yes, we appreciate your help, Renee R1T, directing some of our audience on the stream in the chat where they can find results, even live scoring. Cloudsnooker.com. Cloudsnooker.com. It's where you can track your favorite players' progress in the tournament as the group stages and the standings are marked there at Cloud Snooker, as well as the live scoring tab there. Click on that, get up-to-date scoring as it happens from any table here at the Corner Bank site of the 2026 Canadian National Snooker Championships.
Yeah, it's going to be a very exciting day 3 here, Dave. Coming up later this evening, we'll have a few elimination matches to get us to that top 16 for tomorrow.
Yeah, seeing how the day progresses, it would be ideal to get to the top 16 tomorrow. We just have the top 16 in the quarterfinals on Saturday. But they're at least, well, we'll get out of the round robin stage and might just have the top half or bottom half. They're going to flip a coin to find out which section of that 32 bracket plays this afternoon. Because
Right.
first round is best of 5.
Correct.
And then the remainder leading up to the final is a best of 7. I believe the final will be a best of 9.
I see. So we're definitely going to have elimination matches today, because being 8 tables, it needs to be circulated twice to get all those matches in. There's 16 matches. So, yeah. Okay, so based on time, we may go with the top half or the bottom half, and whichever half, if we don't get to the other half today, they will be first up tomorrow. So, yeah, because I think, like you said, Dave, approximately around 4:30, 5 p.m., depending on when these elimination matches finish, then they need time to reset and get the draw and the board all set up. And of course, get the players organized as well. So approximately about 5 p.m. and then, best of 5. You look at maybe 2.5 hours if you're being generous. That'd take us around 7:30, 8 o'clock, and then if we went again, it gets a little bit late in the evening, and then for somebody they'd have to come right back in the morning. So. Gerard has got a good handle on this frame. 50, 21 in front. So 29 advantage. So Dave, just this red and the black will do.
Yeah, previous game, he did have chances like this to really dust off the frame, but faltered a bit. And then Brad made him pay and came back.
Oh.
I think it just saw Gerard muttering to himself, "What am I doing?"
I mean, he's got a pot in the green, but He's 30 in front. If he pots the green, he's 33. Still needs the red. I think he's got to go for the black here, even with the rest, if he can't reach it. Because it doesn't matter if he makes color or not. If he makes the black, snooker's required. Because the green, he's going well away from the red. So you might as well go for the frame here. If you don't get it, you still need the red.
Very nicely done by Gerard.
Wow.
That was a tough pot with the rest. I do like that observance, Rob. Green was relatively easy, but as you mentioned, going up table, he's going away from the red. Sure, he's far away from the red, but he's taking that black end, and that's Simpson to the snooker's required stage.
Oh, absolutely. And if he didn't make the black, he'd be in the same spot he is now and would have needed the red. So, but Brad's not one to give up. He's got a good bunch of colors on the top left corner that he can potentially hide behind.
Yeah, there's quite a collectment of colors over there on the left side up near that yellow pocket. And he's done well to find that world up there, Brad has. And Gerard tapping on the table. He could have that snooker that he needs. Might be a slim path. Yeah. Gerard hitting down a Massey.
Well,
Questions here. Do you go for the red and black?
well, it depends on the angle here, Dave. The red. Well, it's a tough call. But I think Brad might have a go at the red-black. The yellow is in a decent position to get a snooker, so I can see that. Well, didn't really expect him to do that because this is not all that difficult. And it's going to have to be a good one for Brad to get Gerard to foul. I mean, this is difficult cueing, sure, but it's only one cushion. Oh boy, unless he does that. That makes a big difference.
Cameron showed that awkward bridging that Gerard had, just made it a little uncomfortable going over that black and coming out the cushion and failed to hit the red. So let's match on. It's another steal in the back pocket of Mr. Robinson, I should say.
So we're not done yet. 58-25 in it. 33 the difference, Dave. 35 on. I mean, I wouldn't put it past Brad for making another spectacular comeback. Definitely capable of it.
Yeah, he could come off cushion and hit the left side on the back of that red. That's going to push the red down table and squirt his cue ball over towards that little area of brown, yellow, green, even blue into that treacherous world.
Well, putting his hands out there. Wasn't going to make that red slope.
Sometimes when you are looking for the gap, you can't find it. And sometimes when you want a cannon, you find the gap. Oh, a funny little game it is. And the saving grace for Brad, trailing 33, doesn't need the black. He can still afford pink potentially for a win, and blue would give him a black ball respot. Very interesting cue action sometimes on Brad. Just noticing when he's down, queuing at the top end of the table. He's down for quite a long time. Not really feathering that much either, just very still. And then gets on with the business. But it's an individual sport. Everyone has their own character traits. I think that's why we enjoy watching it. Such the individuality of our players is a treat to see.
Yes. So Brad taking a little bit more time. You know, I'm wondering if he's got an angle here. Play it the thin off the red, white to the side cushion. Hopefully he misses the left middle. And white behind the black. Red should come out towards the blue, so it will be relatively safe. It's a little risky, but Brad looking for the deep screw. Has he got enough pace on the red, or is he going to leave it over the middle? Well, I think it's came up short. Oh, wow. Gerard went for the pot, got a little fortunate. At least he controlled his white not to go into the bottom corner.
Who's giving Gerard a little chance. Shot's over at least 11 feet, so it's a tough one for Gerard, but it is there. Red is Gerard's frame ball. Put us into the Snookers Acquire stage. Red might be able to sneak behind the black here. Just hitting maybe half of the left side. Getting 3/4 of this red. Oh, what a shot that was. And it's on. The steal is on. He's got pink into the green pocket. Just the green, brown, and blue, that little fun zone over there. That's going to be tricky to navigate.
Absolutely.
But about pink and yellow right now. This would be a colossal steal for Brad, taking it away from the reigning Canadian seniors champ.
He's very capable of doing it. I mean, it wouldn't. I mean, it would be great to see. It wouldn't. Well, Gerard wouldn't mind it either, but he'd love to continue this match. But it'd be great for Brad to get it done. Don't forget to spot the pink.
Yep. He definitely was focused on the task at hand. He completely forgot about that.
Yeah, now, in this situation without a ref, if he plays his next shot before the ball's spotted, is it still a foul?
If both players don't notice, but it's an interesting factor there. So, say you're sitting in your chair and you're an opponent and you notice that that ball hasn't come up. Now, the rules are stating that you're to spot your own balls because the opponent is at the tablet.
Exactly.
That comes into the etiquette, the gentlemanness of the game. Yeah. Brad's going there.
Yep.
Just Gerard go, don't forget about spotting the pink? Or does he just keep his mouth quiet and say, that's a foul after the shot goes? It's a tough thing to say.
I think with the sportsmanship, not just between these two, but with all the players, because I brought it up because we have seen it. Or I've seen it. Not sure about you, Dave, but in that situation, I think if Brad had gone down to take the shot and taken the pot or played whatever, then I think they would have just had a chuckle, and then the pink would have been spotted and carried on with the frame.
Yeah, at last year's Pan Am Championships in Sacramento, Canadian's own Indy Lottie. It was in a match with a Brazilian, name is eluding me, and they forgot to put the blue, and they
Right.
potted a few reds. They were kind of, neither had noticed, and then all of a sudden the aha moment happens. And they both
Yeah.
realized the blue wasn't on the table, so as you mentioned, both of them had a good chuckle with each other, and they put the blue back on its
Yeah.
spot, and there was no foul because both players didn't realize.
But if there's a referee present and the referee hasn't spotted the ball and the player takes the shot, then it is a foul. Which we've seen before. Actually, Ronnie O'Sullivan's been done it quite often. He's been running around the table and he's already got the frame in the hand. He's already made the century break, and he just wants to get it done. And they call foul because he hasn't spotted the ball.
Sure, and sometimes you got to be a bit swift as a referee. Some of these players play at a quick pace,
Oh
and
yes.
they want to keep that rhythm going.
Oh, this could be a bit of good fortune for Gerard. Not so much for Brad.
Yeah, just trailing by 26 points and 27 on.
Yep.
Could steal it by points, but he's in tough behind the black ear.
And Bonnie says frame balls are the hardest to putt. Uh, Yeah, especially when they're for the match. They get even more difficult. Brad's got an opportunity here. Needs to get it safe. Not only make the hit, but get it safe as well. Oh, he's had a beautiful shot there, Dave.
That's great
Very
response.
nicely done, yes. That'll give him a little bit of bounce into his step. Keep himself in the frame. Gerard looking for one more pot, and Brad's not giving it to him. Oh
Ooh.
boy.
Needs it to pull up, needs it to pull up. Okay, but it's coming back.
Yeah. You know, even there, he had the option to roll the white behind the pink. Get it touching, made the snooker a little bit more difficult than even this one. But he'll take his four. Oh my word. It's
What a piece
all,
of foot there.
yeah. Brad's just looking at it going, I just can't believe it. So 22 down. Brad put Gerard back in, made the hit, And this is where he sits behind the brown. You know, if he's playing right side cushion, he's going to need a bit of side. Not much, just a touch. But it's not the hit he's looking at. He's looking at how he needs to hit it to keep it safe because he wants to win the frame and the match here. Ooh. Well, no free ball. More than likely it will go back. Yeah, Gerard pointing to the spot. Oh, if Brad doesn't get this right, it's going to become costly. So back to 26 difference, Dave. 27 odd, no need for the spot here. See Brad removing the coin because if he misses, snookers will be required. Therefore, it will not be a miss.
Oh, and he skimmed the
Oh,
pink.
and he's left the yellow on. All right, well, high probability of a third frame decider. And you know, let's see if yesterday's tradition of whoever wins the second wins the decider, if Gerard can keep that going. Happened more times yesterday than not.
Yeah, both these players have been struggling a bit with form. Thought it'd be a bit more free flowing. It's been a cagey affair here for these two players.
Yeah. And I think, well, Brad marked the green before the yellow. So there he goes. Well, this frame's well done now. Brad standing up. Will likely concede as soon as his opponent is done his turn.
Yeah, when there's snookers acquired, those pockets start to become like buckets. Concession there. So Gerard
All right.
Morris takes that second frame, 77 to 36. A deciding frame is upon us. Who's going to win the match? It's down to the decider to find out.
Correct. And what a match. It's a great match, but I'm going to step aside for a few brief moments. Leaving it right here. Stay tuned, folks. Third frame decider coming right up.
As both players are stepped away from the table. A little comfort break, maybe a splash on the face, a little pep talk. They're both in it. Cloud Snooker, cloudsnooker.com is the resource to find all your information about this 2026 Canadian National Snooker Tournament. And updated results as they happen live scoring to track your favorite player. It's David Burney in the booth here. Hope you're enjoying all the action on the OBSA YouTube channel. The chat is open. Any comments or questions you may have, let us know where you're tuning in from. Any associations you'd like to let the people know about, as we've got people tuning in from all over the world, and some of them sometimes just don't know where to play. And fortunate enough, you might have a friend in the chat that lives in your same town and knows all the snooker venues. The site here is the Corner Bank in Scarborough, Ontario, just east of Toronto. And if you're a room owner and you want to hold this prestigious tournament and you're in Canada, definitely reach out to the Canadian Billiards and Snooker Association, the CBSA. Head over to cbsa.ca. That's cbsa.ca. That's where you can find out everything that's happening with Q Sports in this great country. Their email is info@cbsa.ca, info@cbsa.ca. Let them know if you're interested in hosting the Canadian National Snooker Tournament, and they'll send you a bid package, and the talks can start happening. As well, if you're out west, where I come from in British Columbia, chime into bcbsa.ca. It's bcbsa.ca. It's the British Columbia Billiards and Snooker Association. But we are covering all Q Sports in that great province. So let us know if you have any associations as well that you want to let the people know about. I think we need to start building a good reset button for Q Sports here. Still seems to be doing all right. We need some help in the snooker world, and if these associations from each province can funnel all their events, their season calendar to the CBSA, and hopefully we can put that up on their website so any player can just check there if there's a tournament in their neighborhood or close by. It's not a far distance to jump from Halifax, Nova Scotia to St. John's, New Brunswick. Maybe a ferry or two. It's good to know when neighboring provinces are having events as well, or territories. Can't forget our friends in the north. Well, that would be something. Canadian National Snooker Tournament in the Northwest Territories. It would be cool. So probably would be a full dress, as we've seen they've relaxed it a little bit. Hot June days in Southern Ontario. But other than that, let's get on with this match. Brad Robinson breaking off in the deciding frame. This best of three round robin match. Brad had a great steal in the first frame. Gerard once again put the lead forward in the second frame and just keep at it. Got a little dicey on the colors, but Gerard pulled through. Brad's got the first red in, and he's on the right side of the blue. I mentioned the right side of the blue. As you can see right here on the TV screen, hitting that blue into the left middle bag. The natural angle does take him down to the reds. falters on his blue. He's left a red, long red to the green pocket. Gerard could stun in there and hold for the black, and he could be in business. Yeah, just got up from the shot when he knew the pot was in. We expect good discipline from the Canadian senior champion. That red that he's close with his cue ball, just blocking that red to the right middle, so a little awkward bridging. That red, yeah, to the top right corner, just made the pot a little more difficult. I don't know if he needed to hit it with that much pace. Knew that he had a difficult shot, so maybe with that pace, he knew at least he could just get his cue ball up table. Still left this red on for Brad. Let's see what Brad does with his chance first in on a nice long red. One thought about it, and I think it's pulled up enough that he does have red into the right middle. He's also got red into the left. Just noticed that as well. There's that red blocking the path for the pink. Cue in that pocket that Brad's body is near to. Just stunned it in there nicely to hold it to the left middle. It's good stuff by Brad. Just a chip off. So he's got that red close to his cue ball. Take on next. Hold the red. It's just left of the pack. There's even a red open on the bottom left side of the pack going to the top right cushion. Just ran out of shape, so had to break, took his medicine, ran and hide. Slim 16-8 advantage. Early onsets of this deciding frame between Gerard Morrison and Paul Robinson. It's done well to find the gap. Come off cushions, get into the bulk area. keeping the red on the right cushion. Just wonder if that red that's left of it, if he had the path to get behind the black, a shot to nothing. This could go wrong, this red. Gerard does have the angle to skid across this top cushion. Get on the black if this red goes down. It's nicely able to pop up. Let's go further. Unfortunately, he's a bit low on the pink, maybe even straight. If he was high, could just stun over and be on that red to the right cluster here. Good recovery, red. After that pink, you can come through. And that red on the bottom. So slowly and surely, once again, Gerard getting back into the lead in these frames. This is more what we're used to seeing for Gerard. Kind of sawed off the table in half. Just dancing around the top side of the table. Short, small, compact shots. Controlling that cue ball nicely. Knock that out. Let's see if that red just below the pink. Let's go to right middle. Or is it end of break for Mr. Morrison? So it breaks down on a break of 30, but let's build up a 38-16 advantage in this deciding frame. Gerard. Put Brad in a little bit of bother here.
All right, I'm back. Sorry, folks. Had a few things to needed my attention here at home, unfortunately. But yeah, missed the beginning of this frame. But we are back now. Gerard Morrison, 38-16, 22 points in front.
Yeah, he's got it ready. He can hit. It's just where's he going to leave his cue ball? Doesn't want to gift an easy starter. As Gerard starting to feel it a little bit. Had a nice 30 break.
Yes. Well, not ideal. Hasn't left anything on, but as much as we try to not leave a putt on for our opponents, I mean, it is safe. You also don't want to gift them an easy reply. And I think Gerard's covered the red by the blue here, Dave.
Yeah, just wondering, obviously clipping off that red by the pink. Those welded together, that plant is there. Obviously the unwanted plant, more like a weed, shall we say, something you don't want in the garden.
That's right.
Not sure if the angle's there for that red to hit the pink right into the top right corner. Oh no, way off. Our cameras are playing tricks on our eyes.
Yeah, he's played it not too bad, but once again, you know, he's done fairly good. He wasn't in the best spots Gerard left him, so. But once again, you know, Gerard's going to get that white back in the bulk. He might get the snooker here as well. So certainly the control of this frame is on Gerard Morrison's side. And does he get the snooker? No, he doesn't. Not making it easy for Brad here in this third deciding frame. Good match though, Dave. It really is.
Yeah, had some slogs here and there, but on a whole, it's been well tactful play. We thought Gerard might have been steaming away, taking it, but Brad came back in that first frame to steal it. Bait him take that red left of the pack. Smart thinking by Brad. Red that I was alluding to was a tough pot. Be great reward, but if he had missed, run into those reds, and who knows what would have happened there. Could have gifted Gerard an easy opener.
Oh, here's a chance now for Brad if this red carries. Oh, it's going to need to hold up. Has he gotten away with it? I think he has. Unless he, how much of this red can he see above the bunch?
I think he could take it into the green pocket, but I think he would have loved to be on that red near the middle bag. Brad's just noticing something on the red ball.
I think he's just gone to ask Jim to step in as ref and clean the red. Or or something on the table close to the white, or red rather. You know, there. I mean, that was good of Brad to do. I'm sure if he had shown it to Gerard, that Gerard would have just said, you know, go ahead.
Yeah, Jim White's a man of many hats in this tournament. Kind of looking like the road runner, zooming around the room, finding players, getting them on tables
Yeah.
with this roll on, roll off philosophy.
Yeah, it was a good putt there by Brad to get this started here.
We have put in the chat little debates about format. Do you prefer round robin or just single elimination, potentially with a second chance tournament?
Well,
But you got to know if you sign up for a tournament, that's the format that it is.
yeah, and you're pretty much agreeing to whatever format is decided upon. However, sometimes based on the players, the format can change. Usually before the draw is made, of course. But usually it stays pretty much the same. But I am, like I said before, Dave, yesterday, I do like the format this year. More players in the group, shorter matches, and, you know, top 4 get out of each group. So to make the top 32. So you have a 50% chance of advancing to the knockout rounds.
Yeah, I think for years in the past, snooker was kind of in the doldrums, kind of in the shadows, really wasn't there, very present, but it's definitely roaring back in Canada. And I think the idea sometimes with these round robin style tournaments is just to get more players playing. You play potentially single elimination, yeah, best of 9 to start things out, but you might just have 5 frames and you go against a really strong opponent and you're not maybe even a new player and you get shut out, whitewashed 5-zip and pretty much never got to the table, sat in your chair the whole time. Now, is that
That's right.
person going to come back to a snooker room? Let's say they lost, 5 matches, 2-0 each. Maybe got a little bit of table time, but they saw different opponents and stuff. So there's a lot of variables. I don't think there's any one format that's going to please everybody.
No, that's half the battle. You can't please everybody, but you try and do what's right for the event.
I think the late, great Jim Masterman. Hope you're doing well. Looking down on us, Jim. Just a solid player out there in the Vancouver area. Dynamite chap. And if you're ever looking for the most beautiful woman in the snooker room, Jim is always close by them. But he was playing a tournament once and he kind of lost a match and was a little just thrown off, a little feeling disheveled. And some gentleman came up to him and goes, "What do you see?" Jim's, just fresh off a loss, so he's not really wanting to entertain this gentleman, but he's like, "Okay, well, I don't see anything. What are you talking about, sir?" He's like, "I see a bunch of losers here." He's like, "Oh, yeah?" He's like, "Well, just remember that, everyone here pretty much is going to be a loser. There's only going to be one winner." So Jim thought about it, and he kind of played to that, knowing that, yeah, most people are going to lose. There's only going to be one winner.
Yep. You know, like I say, in most events, a lot of the time there's 2 things people will remember in months to come or years down the road. They'll remember who the winner was and who had the high break. After that, they kind of forget about everything else. Unless you're like us, Dave, like you and me, we can remember pretty much semifinals, quarterfinals, and scores of the actual final. Might even remember a few pots along the way. But if we look here now, good chance Brad can get back in. He's only 14 down, so he's working his way back in here. Missed the gap. Needs a good bounce. Oh, he's threaded the needle, Dave.
Very nicely done.
A little fortunate, but yeah, very good opportunity here for Brad Robinson late in the third. If he can keep his arm together for a few pots, a little nudge would help. You know, he might not be happy with it, but he still is at the table, Dave. Still has a putt on to left center. Doesn't need a lot of pace. He'll have a putt on the green. This red to right center is a little close. You know, sometimes it's easy to misread the angle on these ones where you might be a little hesitant because you don't want to push the white and commit a foul. Yeah, and he's digging down. Is he playing it in the corner? No, played it in the side. Oh, he played it well. Yeah, Brad's he's pretty much going for the win now. And I think he can just roll this through and get on, I think, the top red of the two there.
Does look like both of them do go. And that looks like what he's aiming to do, but he's got to have good weight here. Rifled through that one. It's a bit surprising.
Yeah.
Like I think as well, he could have stunned potentially off that black for the lower of the two reds on the left side out in the open.
Absolutely.
But I like what your thought was, Rob. Just kind of gently roll through the black, and you have those two reds just below the blacks.
So it kind of surprised he like, if like you mentioned, Dave, if he had just stunned it up, he'd be on that lower of the red. He's still somewhat on the red here, but if he had just rolled that black in, he might be a little bit high on the red to left corner. But if he had just rolled that red in, the other red would have stopped the white, and he'd be on the pink, and the other red waiting for him again. But you know, this game is so easy from our chairs. When you're in the moment, everything looks different.
Snooker takes no prisoners too. It's a slippery slope. Sometimes have a shot, you take one and you just get a little bit out of position. Then the next shot, a little more out of position. Then sure enough, you're completely out of position. And you have to run and hide or take on a very risky pot.
And now look at the turn of events here. Because of his position from that last safety, or on block rather, before the safety, he's might be in a little bit of trouble here, Dave. He's only up by 2 points that separate these two, 40 to 38 now. 4 reds remaining, 59 on. And if he doesn't get this right, wow, that's gonna hurt Brad a little bit. He's knocked those 2 reds into even a better position. The pink, not such a big deal at the moment.
Those 2 reds that we see below the black with that little cannon that that Brad had, it's taken away the top red into this corner pocket where that red has fallen. So Gerard doesn't want to be low on this black. It'd be at least straight on or a little high. I think that top red that I was mentioning does pass the pink into the opposite corner pocket.
Well, he's played that fairly well. And I do believe he's on this red. If he's not, it's going to be by the slimmest of margins. But body language tells me that he's not, so. Little tap. Keep the white where the red is. White. Red on the opposite side of the pink, and yeah, digging in now. Does he have enough room? He's looking for a little bit of swerve here off the bottom cushion.
He's left a path for this red left of the black into the right middle. Tough to tell from our vantage point. Does look promising.
So our friend Jesse Fox, well, you know Jesse's been a little fancy with his footwork. Well, Dave, he's done it again.
Oh, I have not seen Jesse today. What
Well,
style has he brought to us today?
well, he's bringing a little bit of Elvis with us today. That's my clue for you.
Well, Gerard's trying to get to Graceland here. He's doing a good job.
Yeah, well, it could be Heartbreak Hotel for Brad. But Jesse Fox donning the blue suede shoes here this afternoon, I believe. So he's hoping for a little bit of happiness in Viva Las Vegas.
Gerard just needs this red and pink or black is his frame ball. Come off the top and right cushion to be on the yellow after this black.
Yeah, 29 the difference with that black, so 27 on. Snookers required now by Brad.
Yeah, I'd like to get that yellow in. Just refuse Brad to only come back to the table to shake hands, but pink staying out. Slim 29 advantage. Brown's in a decent spot. Blue's not too bad for a snooker as well, so there's opportunities. Might not present itself on this side, so it just has to exercise a bit of patience.
Oh, that's not nearly hard enough, I don't think. Or maybe it is, but definitely didn't have the angle there to get curl behind pink or black, of course.
That's a good response there by Gerard. Really tied up Brad. I wonder if he falters on this escape. Come back to the table. Gerard just informing Brad, no need to spot it. And the snooker's required stage. The miss cannot be called.
Well, if he doesn't get this, there might be a handshake. Brad might be a little frustrated. But played in good spirits, of course. Gonna hit. Yeah, of course it hits the black.
You've been all right with the 4 points, but 7 points, that's big. Brad coming over to the scoring tablet.
Yeah, Gerard marked 4 when it should be 7, so it should be 76 to 40. All right, I thought there was a tap on the shoulder or a handshake, but nope. 36 the difference.
Yeah, I think maybe cushion first here.
So 3 snookers required though. Tall order for anybody.
Keep that cue ball up in the bulk area, knock the yellow down table. Successful with that shot. Brad might be in a bit of trouble here. Sure, I could come off the right side of that yellow, get near the blue.
He's not too worried about what colors go where as long as they don't go in the pocket. But if he can get them to the cushions, make it a little bit more difficult for Brad. But like I said, Brad's got a mountain to climb, and we're not in Colorado anymore, Dave.
We're not, just undulating hills in southern Ontario. And if this thin cut is there for Gerard.
Yeah, Gerard, if he doesn't have a pot on, he'll be looking for the snooker as well. He's gonna watch that white. Oh, that might be it here, Dave.
Yeah, just a shrug of the shoulders and the hand extends.
There it is.
There. Gerard Morrison takes this match by a 2-frame-to-1 advantage. Not sure where either of these players are standing. I think they've got maybe one more match today here on moving day of the 2026 Canadian National Snooker Championships. Tune into Cloud Snooker, cloudsnooker.com.
Yep.
To find out all the results and where your favorite players stand.
So we just switched over for the final few moments of Frank Amaranti versus Elias. Frank, 1 frame apiece. Frank in the lead, 55-27, so 13 on. So this should be it here. Frank doing well, is the winner also, and he will have another match under his belt.
That's pretty big because I like the looks of this Elias youngster. Potting well, but Frank a tough customer. I think this is Elias's first campaign at the Canadian national event. So hopefully we won't get discouraged. He might still be in the knockout. Not sure where his standings are. And we're just zooming over to some extra bonus coverage. It looks like Tom Instead, Christopher Wood, I believe.
Where, let's have a look. That would be a good match. Okay, I'm just having a look at our movable camera. Dave, which table are they on? See if I can find that. Oh, yeah, it's Tom Finstad. And it looks like not Christopher Wood. I think it's Steve West. So let me bring that to you folks here. A little bit of bonus coverage. Tom Finstad. And yes, Steve West. So we'll get that score on the screen for you folks momentarily as we take a few moments break. There we go. So Tom Finstad leads Steve West 1-0. However, Steve West leads this frame 42-21, 21 points the difference. 2 reds remaining here in the second. And I believe our next match coming up on our feature table will be Charlie Brown. Not quite sure who his opponent is. Let me have a quick look on Cloud Snooker. Wow, I think it's going to be Andre Waugh, so we'll definitely look forward to that one. All right, so we're going to enjoy this for a few moments. I'm going to step away, refill my tea, and get ready to relax and settle in for an upcoming match. Andre Waugh, Charlie Brown. Stay with us, folks. I'll be right back.
Watching a little bit of Tom Finstead and Christopher Wood over on our featured TV table. We've got
Dave,
yes,
it's actually Tom Finstad and Steve West.
Steve West. My apologies. My.
But we are going to be switching back to our feature match table with Charlie Brown here in a moment. Let's fix our camera, Dave. I do apologize.
Yes, downtown Charlie Brown taking on Andre Roy. And just as that camera swivels around, just in time to see Andre Roy get us going in frame one of this best of three round robin match.
All right, now I have that score up there for you, my friends, in just a brief moment.
And I think Charlie won his match earlier today. So if Charlie can take this match, he'll go undefeated in the group. So that's going to hold him good steed in the knockout side. Charlie always a popular player around the room. He's always chiming in to see what he's up to. Travels to every tournament. If there's a table, you better believe it, he'll be on it with his cue. So Andre falters there. Here's first chance for Charlie. Down to the top right. Just hold for the blue. You can be level with that blue. Just be able to run through it for that red just left of the pink. But this red is a first order of business. And the potter out there in BC is chiming in. Perfect timing, Peter. Our local boy, Charlie Brown, coming from Whistler, BC. Maybe the only player from BC, but that I think next year's Canadians that's going to change. We're working out there in BC in conjunction with the CBSA to get more players from the West Coast into this great championship. And who knows, maybe in years' time, this championship could be on the West Coast. Great to hear you chime in your support, Peter, for Charlie. I don't know if your best thoughts, but I'm pretty sure anyone from the Belle Province of Quebec tuning in is going to be backing Andre Roy. If you want to know anything that's going on with BC Snooker, head over to bcbsa.ca. That's bcbsa.ca. As well, you can also check out who we talk to, the CBSA, cbsa.ca. That's a great resource for all Q sports in Canada. They are doing a little bit of construction on the website. Obviously, as this is kind of closing out the season, this championship. So there might not be much action on the snooker table, but definitely all the people behind the scenes will be busy at work getting things ready for the upcoming season that usually commences in September. breaks down on that pink. Andre does have a red to get going into the right middle. Oh, Andre, you've got to look out. It's fortunate if he hasn't left anything easy. Elementary safety, clipping out the reds and getting back when the ball goes on for Charlie. Yeah. Andre taking his shots and calculated that correctly, as hasn't gifted anything for Charlie. Don't know if he can see enough of that red kind of top the cluster. There's a pass for the right into the left middle, but I just don't think he had enough of the red. Look at the potting angle on it.
Wow. All right, we have returned. Dave, a great match in front of us here.
Yep, two players coming from both sides of the country. Obviously, Andre had a little shorter trip coming from neighboring Quebec into Ontario. Charlie traveled over the Rocky Mountains and through the prairies and landed here in Scarborough to play in this Canadian Championship. And agreed, Peter, there is a beautiful new room in Vancouver. Van 147 has 6 great star tables. And the CBSA has said that one of their mandates for this Canadian National Championship is a room needs to have 8 tables. I feel maybe on 2 hands I can count the amount of rooms in North America, that is, that have 8 tables.
Oh boy. Yeah, there's not many that do, Dave.
I have been telling some people out here involved with the CBSA that for the past 3 years with the BC Open, we have been using multiple rooms. Peter Singh, who's chimed in, has been a great help with those tournaments. So it can happen when you have multiple rooms. Obviously, you just need a few extra people helping out behind the scenes, but it can be done.
Oh, absolutely. We, with the Ontario tour, snooker tour, we have used 2 rooms pretty much all year for one event. As you said, we do need more, volunteers are great, so more hands on the ground to run the 2 different venues, but it does work. So if a room wants to host the Canadians and doesn't have enough tables, then it can be split to 2 different rooms.
And a question for you, Rob, as you reside here in Ontario,
Yeah,
are you guys familiar with QPAL?
you know what? I've heard the name, but no, I'm not.
Yeah, QPAL's a great service It helped us organize the BC Open. That's where players would sign up and they'd get notification when their matches are coming up, like a 2 hour, a 1 hour, maybe even 15-minute
Okay.
reminder
Oh,
to
like
come
on
in
their phone
on
kind
their
of thing.
phone. Yeah, most people, have a cell phone these days. There's very few that don't. I know Governor Jesse Ventura has made a point that he wants to have that on his epitaph. Never owned a cell phone, and that's fine, Governor Ventura. But a lot of these snooker players do have that smartphone, so it's just the wave of the future.
Right. I mean, we as you know, we used Cloud Snooker for sign up and registration, and of course it runs the tournaments as well. Um, it does notify the players of the events. I think there's a match notification, but it's through email. Okay, but I did mention something like that to Ajay a while back of adding that as part of the registration to add in a mobile number and have a notification via text or SMS or whatever straight to their phone of when their next match is within, you know, say, hey, your match is coming up in 15 minutes or 20 minutes or an hour. Time to go prepare. Right?
Yeah, that's a great idea because really, not many people are constantly on their email and checking it.
Yeah. Because even with myself, if I'm at an event, I'm not on my phone. I'm not checking my email. I'm just not. Like a lot of people are. The only thing about saying that notification is, will people check their phones? And some people don't even bring their cell phone. They might leave their phone in the car because of respect for the other players. They don't want their phone going off during play. So, but
You
it
know,
is a good little tool to have, though. But there's also the thing because, well, with us, it's and like the Canadians right now, it's mainly a roll-on, roll-off system. So you kind of have to schedule the matches earlier than expected to make sure that notification goes out with enough time that the players arrive before the table comes free. But it can be done, and maybe I'll send another word to Ajay, and hopefully we can get something like that done.
yeah, some players can always put their cell phone to vibrate or silence when they enter the room, so they can
Yes.
still have it beside them. They don't need to have it on ring. Actually, most people are informed when they do come into the venues that are hosting snooker events. Please be courteous and put your phone to vibrate so it doesn't throw off a player. A little different in the scenario here at the corner bank as it's quite an active room. We've got a lot of pool tables that can be in play, and it can get quite rowdy here later in the day. There are some venues that we've been in, and when it gets down to the business end of a tournament, you can almost hear a pin drop in the room, but not a phone put on silent.
Well, Andre Watt, Charlie Brown. First frame, folks. Hard to pick a winner here.
Andre wanted that to run a bit more, that red above the cluster to go into the left middle. We're going to maybe come down a bit more for that red in the open of all the cluster there, just above those two reds. Tight together. Don't know if the angle's there for the plant.
Should be a highly competitive match here. Andre Watt only in front by 6. Early goings. So while this is happening, let's see if we can get you a brief score update from around the corner bank here. Match is currently in play. Robin Joseph Peterson and Joe Pulitzer tied at 1. Sylvain Etier and Phil Snake. Sylvain leads that one frame to 0. Donnie Comiskey leads Hugh McEachern 1-0. Tom Vinstad leading Steve West 1-0. We had a brief view of that one before this match, folks. Michelle Vizina and Lane McWilliam are just in the first frame, as is Vito Puopolo and Matt Toshieri. And Bernard Smith, Jeff Kennedy also starting their match. And you can follow along, folks, with all the matches currently on play by visiting cloudsnooker.com.
This is a big match. Winner of this probably will be first in their group. Charlie has 5 match wins, and Andre has 4. So if Andre can be victorious here and by a scoreline of 2 frames to 0, he might just edge out and be top of the group.
Yeah, well, he'd certainly have the head-to-head. But frame score will also might come into play. You know, the differential of wins-loss.
Obviously, you think both of them atop their group are feeling good. They're going to be moving on to the knockout phase, but they'll still compete hard, trying to win. So,
oh yeah, everybody wants to be first.
Might not be as free-flowing as we may think, just because they've assured their spot. There's something to play for between the two of them.
I mean, you might be okay with coming in fourth of your group, but if you got a chance to be first, you're absolutely going for it. You know, you don't want to lay off the gas this late in the event when you got the knockout rounds coming. You want to play hard, keep that momentum going, and hopefully carry that over a little bit into those knockout rounds. If you take your foot off the gas now and start playing a little bit lazy, a little, you know, haphazardly, that can also roll over into your game going forward. So but yeah, it's been a busy week here at the Corner Bank, where we are live at the OBSA YouTube channel from Scarborough, Ontario, Canada, folks. The 2026 Canadian Open Snooker Championship. This is day 3, where we will see the conclusion of the group stages and the start of the knockout rounds later today. Who will get the top spot in the groups is still up for grabs.
That was a beautiful little stun run through by Charlie. One of the toughest shots in the game. Just stunned his cue ball into that red and then just slowly rolled a few rotations to be plumb on the black.
Oh, it's not bad for Charlie. Seems to be playing much better than we saw in one of his previous live matches. Oh, second chance maybe? Oh boy. The snooker gods are with him. Can he keep this break going and keep Andre Watt in his chair?
end there, yeah. And look like that stop a little bit. Just a bit hampered with this red. The open one to top left corner. And it's just nominating touching ball, so good to say it out loud when there's no referee present.
Yeah, absolutely a good idea to make your opponent aware, even though they probably know, but saying it out loud is definite confirmation.
Yeah, a couple of years ago at the Embassy Open down in San Gabriel, Charlie had a little incident with a player from Houston.
So,
Charlie was walking away in disgust from a shot that he made, and he kind of turns back when he got back to his chair, and his player hit, looking like he was hitting away. Didn't even know if it was a touching ball or not. That player should
okay.
have announced it a bit louder so both players could hear.
Yeah. Andre DeRoche has confirmed that Andre Watt does need a 2-0 victory to get first place. So that would mean that Charlie only needs one frame to secure it. So a little bit of something on the line here, Dave. First place of the group, a little bit of pride, something to take forward with them as they get into those knockout matches.
Well done by Andre. Nice in those shots. Just make sure you get the pace. You don't want to roll up short. So then you're giving your opponent 4 penalty points and potential free ball. It's going to cut off the angle if it just doesn't hit that object ball. Maybe your opponent could put you back in. So, success for Charlie though. Getting out of that snooker. It's giving Andre a mid to long range pot here on the red out in the open on the right side of the table.
Oh, good putt there by Andre. 28 all, Dave.
Develop those reds, but tough queuing over them now for this black. So he's happy with the development, but seeing these miss, great camera angle there just to see the obscure bridging that Andre has to deal with.
You know, he played that rather smart. He could have tried to force the position out of the white, but possibly taking the chance of not putting the black, which you can always play that cue out back into the bulk end the way the colors are sitting right now. Get Charlie in a bit of trouble. And he has him.
Charlie trying to make a quick buck there. Just pouring a loony to mark the cue ball from Andre, but he promised him, oh, I'll give it back. Don't worry, Andre.
He's got a good line here, Dave. Oh, it went wide. For a minute there, it looked good. It hit that top red, but wow. So we just got to dial it in, make a slight adjustment. Pace was pretty fair. Oh, is it going to come back up? Even that looked a little off there, Dave. It looked like it was going to go low, and he ended up catching the low end of the red. So 15 the difference here.
It's a good chance to clip off this red top on the left cushion and maybe in the bulk cushion, get near that yellow and pink, which is spirit in there with style. Great confidence builder there. Just pink right there. He's able to grab this pink, come back down table. He's got a great opportunity to put Andre in a lot of trouble. Didn't go. He's got the snooker there. Taking away the left side. So this is dangerous for Andre. If he misses, he could cannon it into the black.
That's right.
7-point foul as well with that black close to the red. Andre's defaulter. It might be a free ball.
I think Jim was just handing him a little rubber stopper that Joe had at the bottom of his cue. But yeah, Andre was certainly in tough here. Oh, there's not a gap, is there? I know they say there's always a gap, but there's not a gap, is there?
He's got to swerve around. That's dangerous.
Oh, wow. Where's the red going? Well, it's going right over the left center is where it's going. Andre would have had to have been a little, quite a bit fortunate there.
Charlie could hold to just be on the right side of this blue to come up for the yellow afterwards. Oh, but he can't get the red.
You know,
that hurts.
That might, yeah, it's going to hurt. I mean, he only needs one frame in this match to top the group. Andre requires a 2-0 victory. So Andre could win this match 2-1, but it won't do him any good.
Golden opportunity for Andre to take this first frame. Smart shot, cannons into that yellow, develops it nicely. He's got a slim angle to come off the left cushion to be on green.
Yeah, 20 in front only requires the green. So, if we're looking at it on paper, this should be frame 1 for Andre Waugh.
Yeah, word got out that the BC man might be at the table. Good morning, Vineet, tuning in from BC. Glad that you're come back and enjoyed some great action here at the Corner Bank site of the 2026 Canadian National Snooker Championships. If you've got a room and you want to host this prestigious event, feel free to reach out to CBSA at info@cbsa.ca. That's info@cbs.ca, and we'll happily provide a bid package with you, and the process will begin.
that's going to be it. Oh, perhaps not. Oh, it's going to make Andre wait a few more moments.
Yeah, just the one snooker. Trailing by 25, Charlie is, and there's 22 on the table, and no ball is on its spot. Our ball's to get behind. Yeah, well disciplined shot by Andre, not forcing that brown to go in anywhere. When your opponent needs snookers, always a good idea to try and put him in one. He hasn't got the trick here. Bad idea by Charlie, just a little strong on pace. Andre's just going to try and roll this brown to the green pocket, just in the jaws. A little pacey. I like it to hold in those jaws or even drop. In the jaws, it's always a tough shot for your opponent when there need snookers to get that object ball out. We might have a chance, maybe just squeak off the right side. Could get over and get cover behind the black.
Yeah, if he can get that snooker here, well, maybe not here, but before the end of the frame, of course. Here's a possibility. Oh, wow. If he doesn't got him. Well, they'll look in Charlie's face.
Yeah, a little swerve here by Andre. Oh, he just barely hit it.
Boy. No, that's okay. Pink is still in a decent position. Blue, not the best position for snookers, but he may be able to sneak the weight behind the blues. Slight draw here. He's got to get it absolutely perfect, Dave. Needs the brown to go. Not as tight as he would have liked, but going to cause a bit of a think for Andre.
I think mission accomplished, but should come off the top cushion. So this tactical theater continues in this first frame, round robin match. Charlie trailing 54 to 29, needs one snooker to get right back in this frame, but Andre Waugh, tough competitor from Quebec. He's not going to give up an inch. And he's got him again. Oh, that's right in the jaws. I won't be surprised if maybe Charlie puts this brown in.
Well, I think Charlie might decide to pot this brown. I mean, he can keep it out. Oh my.
Horrendous miscue there. What a time for that.
Well, that's unfortunate.
What a time for that to happen. So Brown goes in. I'm sure there will be a concession here in this frame. I'm pretty sure this top left corner pocket looks enormous to swallow in the blue as Andre is ahead. Snookers are required. Just needs to roll it in.
Yeah.
And kind of looked over at Charlie. Charlie was done, so Andre doesn't need the pink or the black as he takes this frame. Nice score line of 67 to 29. And we'll be back with frame two. Charlie Brown does need just that one frame. That'll be top of the group. But Andre Waugh fighting for the whitewash because that will propel him into first place in the group. Both players going into the knockout round, but getting the higher place in the group, get you better seeding going against a lower ranked player in another group. So we'll step aside and be right back with frame two. And Charlie Brown set to get us going in frame 2, trailing 1 frame to 0. It's a best of 3. Oh, bit too much pace there. As that cue ball came in and out of the bulk area. Give them the mid-range red here. Tough, I think, for Andre to hold for the red into the opposite top corner pocket. But he's done nice to come off 2 cushions to be on this black, and it's frame on for the Frenchman. Good angle to really go into the pack here and open things up. Always need a little bit of luck. It's okay. Could have been better. Could have been worse. Yeah, I believe that Charlie probably would have been going for that red. It's just above this cue ball into the yellow pocket, but just with that red up into the bulk side of the table, at least the falter might be missing it on. Giving a great chance for Andre, just right back into this. He's got a couple open reds to work with. Can run through this one to be on the black. Très bien. We have some French viewers putting their support for Andre. Great to hear in the chat. Like Scorpio 13 is cheering on this Quebecois player, Andre. Needs to be a bit higher on that red. It's going to have to come up for blue. How's he feeling? He's up frame. He's up by 35. He has just a prime angle on this blue to smash right in the face of the pink and open things up. A shot patented by the great Stephen Hendry. Oh, and he's missed everything. Ce n'est pas possible. Nice rebound by Andre. He can just delicately run through at open red, left of the pack. Once again, he's low on the black here. Can go into the pack and hopefully develop some more reds. Big shot. Just kind of hitting stuck. Again, what a great recovery shot. Unfortunately, blind cut for this black and top right corner. It's got to be careful with this one with the angle. It's going to go into those reds. It could open things up. Let's have a very strong 50-0 lead in the second frame, but there's still a lot of points for Charlie to get back into it.
Yeah, this is definitely a frame that Andre needs to win to top the group. So for Andre, it's all or nothing here. He's got that 50-point advantage. Charlie has just stepped away momentarily.
Just letting everyone know we're at the corner bank in Scarborough at 925 Warden Street, and the snooker royalty continues to stroll in as the grinder, the 1980 world champion Cliff Thorburn, is in the room. Player to make the first maximum at the Crucible, three-time Masters champion. Definitely put the Maple Leaf on the map in this great sport of snooker, and a great ambassador.
All right, well, here we go. Charlie Brown has returned. Play will resume, folks. Thank you once again for each and every one of you for tuning in here today. An important day for some. Well, for all, really.
Yeah, unfortunately, we have 32 players going home today. Obviously, at the conclusion of the round robin, 56 strong competitors, but only the top 4 of each group move on, thus sending the bottom 3 of 8 groups equaling 24 going home. And then we're going to get one side of the 32, whether at the top or the bottom, draw to be played out today. Actually, 8 players that are defeated there going home. So we're dwindling down to find out who will be this year's Canadian National Snooker Champion.
Yeah, and we will be here to cover as much of this day as we can. If there's snooker going on, that's available to our cameras, and we will be able to provide it to you. Absolutely will. Sometimes, Dave, there's other matches that are further down the room that our cameras won't reach.
That's why if you're in the Southern Ontario area, I know traffic is tough, so just, plan ahead. There's going to be great snooker action all day, so you will get here. There's great seating, and admission is free.
Well, Charlie didn't get to the cushion as he would have liked. Andre possibly has a putt on here. Not easy. He's got a straightforward safety path back to the bulkhead.
Yeah, very ambitious with that red. The lower of the two that are welded together will go into the top left corner, and it's going to open things up if he does take it on. That cue ball will smash into the reds.
And it looks like Mr. Whitfield, top left of you there, chatting with Presley Backers, getting set for a match upcoming. Well, at least we thought he was. He's just sat right back down again. There goes Chucky and Kwan.
Yeah, one advice to the players when we do conclude in the round robin, just give the tournament directors some breathing space because they're going to do some hard work to create the 2-player knockout phase. Obviously, there might be some matches that you're happy to play. You might feel like you got a good chance. You might be feeling like you're the underdog. Remember, someday you're going to have to beat everybody to become the champion. I don't think anybody's going to have an easy walk to glory on Sunday afternoon.
Wow, this has been all Andre. So it's looking more and more like Mr. Andre Waugh. Should he take this frame, and he's got a 56-0 lead here, will top the group.
Nice red cannon nicely into that pink, giving him a little bit of breathing room to take it into the right middle.
67 on. This pink will give him 63, so he's still going to require one more red here. No, I think he's just on that low red to the right corner. A lot of value, definitely taking this one on, Dave. Frame match ball required a 2-0 win. Oh, it's not there.
It ain't over yet. Strong 63 advantage. The points are there for Charlie. 67 on the table.
Yep. However, black's not on the spot. Pink's not easily accessible. It does go to left center, however. So Charlie's got a bit of work to do here.
He can afford the blue or brown. And then if he is to take brown, it's going to be all blacks after that with these remaining reds.
Well, I can only assume he's missed it that completely. Oh, a bit of a shot to nothing. Red below the pink. Left corner is there. Doesn't have to worry about position. Looks pretty good.
Yeah, just got to chuck it up for all Charlie Brown and the supporters. Just came across a good player right near. Potting well. Good snooker Andre has.
Yep, oh, 59 on, 64 behind Charlie Brown. Requiring 2 snookers here. So Charlie Brown, he's pretty much got to play this out as if he didn't need snookers, but he's going to require high value colors until he gets down to that last red. If he can leave that red behind the pink until the very last, that might be a good starting point for him. But it's a long way to go before we get there, Dave.
Yeah, the red's on to left middle. Below that pink. So Andre tempted to take that to just really kill the frame and match. And unfortunately, that last red that Charlie hit went rather safe against the right cushion. Wants those red balls to be out, color balls to be out. Not wanted to have anything really tight to a cushion because that's going to be trouble for the comeback. It's got a little help from the brown. I don't think so. I think this red, he has the path to take it into the right middle. It was too high, too thin, and not in.
Charlie's going to need the rest here on this one. So he won't have as much control as he would like. But he should still be able to keep it safe.
And Andre could find the path to bulk here. Shot to nothing with that red below the pink. Oh, and he scooched by that yellow nicely. There are a couple reds that Charlie can hit. Hasn't left any really hot on for Mr. Brown.
Doesn't really want that red to go in unless he gets a bounce. Oh, I think he's got to take this black on, but will it go into left center or bottom left corner? Either one is not too desirable for Mr. Brown here.
Yeah, very, very close for that black to pass the brown and left ball.
Yeah. It's got to go, otherwise I would think frame match over.
He's examining it like a surgeon.
Yeah, 63 down with 51 on. So that would be 3 snookers to tie. I think he's playing the brown. Oh, brown didn't go. Could we see a handshake? Not yet. So 63 the difference, 51 on. 12 points in fouls required to tie.
Just didn't get the cover there. Andre's got a long red into this top left corner pocket.
Yeah, he's not in any real danger of going in off either, so. You still got to be somewhat mindful, Dave. He doesn't want to give any opportunities to Charlie. I mean, Charlie's got a pot on, but he needs blacks, high value colors at the very least. As it stands, 3 snookers to tie, so he pots the red by the pink. If he takes the pink, he's going to need an extra snooker. Close to that brown, but he's okay.
Quite a stretch there. Both players have a job. Andre didn't know that Charlie was quite the gymnast.
Wow.
The red left of the pink.
Yeah, should Andre pot this, I think Charlie will step up for the handshake. Oh boy.
Just struggling to get over the line, Andre is. He might be in a bit of trouble here. Charlie could get behind the brown.
Yeah, again. Yeah, again, he's got to watch that red underneath him.
Yeah, the color with his namesake.
Oh, he hasn't hit it, Dave. Now, can Andre see the long red to the green pocket? I think he can. Oh. All right, double. Yeah, Andre's showing a bit of patience here, not being forced into anything. Wow, good putt from Mr. Brown. Played well to get on the block there, Dave.
Yeah, and you can just ever gently draw back a little bit to be on that red further away from the middle pocket of this group of two.
Wow, this is, well, not ideal. Would have liked to be a little bit higher to make it easier to get on the block here. If in fact this red does go, I think it does. But
He was a boxer in his early days, Charlie, so he's not going to go down without a fight.
absolutely. So not much Charlie could do. Oh, now he's knocked the block safe. You know, probably not a bad time for Mr. Watt to simply do the in or over technique. Just run this red to the top of that middle or top of the corner pocket. Well, that's one way to do it. And Bernard Smith and Jeff Kennedy are just starting their third frame decider, folks. On the table to our left of view. So at the conclusion of this frame, more than likely, we'll end this match and we can switch over to there. Even temporarily before Dave, our next feature match comes to play.
Yeah, I think we're getting close to the conclusion. Looking at the schedule last night, the last round robin matches were scheduled for 3:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time.
Oh boy.
A little bit there.
Wow.
Yeah.
So 51 down, 35 on. Wow. You know, most players would give it up, but not Charlie. As you said, Dave, he is a fighter. As long as the red on the table, possibility of a free ball is always there. Except I think it's good now. I'm not sure, but it's going to be very difficult, if at all possible, to keep this red out. Oh, well, he did. Almost sent it off the table.
Yeah, mission accomplished by Mr. Brown. And Charlie's got Andre in stitches. I didn't know. Charlie parlait français. Yeah, that's a good tester for Charlie. Looks like he's going to come out the wrong side of this match. At least he'll know like the caliber screws that he needs to tighten the brain box if he wants to become the champion. Andre, a fierce competitor from Quebec.
Well,
That's not quite
surely.
there.
There it is. Charlie Brown, your win. Or sorry, pardon me, Charlie Brown, not the winner here, but he will take, I believe, second spot to Andre Waugh, who wins this match 2-0, Dave. So, as we told our viewers, we are going to temporarily switch our table. Have a check-in with Mr. Jeff Kennedy and Bernard Smith, tied 1 frame apiece here. Jeff leading this frame 32-0. And once a match comes to play on our feature table, folks, we will get you right back to that main table. And by the looks of it, I think that might be, well, I think it looks like Alan Whitfield is going to start warming up. And what a job everybody has done here at this event, folks. Kevin Patrick, head referee on site should players require his assistance. Jim Weich, Presley Backus, everybody else involved. And of course to the players for keeping it as professional and sportsmanship as possible. Job well done. Well, folks, I'm just having a look on Cloud Snooker for our next match, which I believe is going to be, as I mentioned, Mr. Alan Whitfield, former Canadian champion. We're just waiting for that score to come up on Cloud and the players to warm up, knock off a bit of dust, get their cue arm going. But right now, around Cloud Snooker, around the bank, it's Sylvain Etier 1-1 with Phil Snake, Presley Backus, and Chuck Yin Kwan still in the first frame. Mikhail Vizina 1-1 with Fastlane McWilliam. It's former Canadian champion Vito Puopolo leading Thunder Bay Zone Matt Tosheri 1-0. Dimos Zakarayu just underway with Brad Robinson. As you see here, Bernard Smith, Jeff Kennedy 1-1, but Jeff leading 58-0. Nitin Sharma and Vince Chambers are underway in the first frame. All right, so we're going to switch over to our featured table. We'll get that score up for you momentarily. You see Alan on the tablet working now. And I believe it's going to be Alan Whitfield and Robin Joseph Peterson. And here we go. We are underway. Alan Whitfield, Robin Peterson. Frame one, folks. The putter 6, Nitin Sharma. No, unfortunately, it's not. As much as I would like to, we don't have control over who goes on what table and when, as it is a roll-on, roll-off system. And Nitin's match is on a table not within our camera views anyway. So I do apologize. However, we got a great match in front of us. Alan Whitfield and Robin Peterson. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, I'm your host, Rob Richards, and sitting in with me again today, and we thank him for it, Mr. David Burney. What do you think of this one, Dave? Alan and Robin. Okay, apparently Dave's just resetting his mic.
Alan, a previous champion. And don't know much about Robin, so let's see how he's queuing in the beginning here, get an idea. I have to lean at the beginning of the match, knowing what I know, I would put the needle towards Alan.
Yeah, Robin, you know, he does play on the OBSA Snooker Tour, the Ontario Tour, periodically. He is a player out of the corner bank, so he's familiar with the tables in the room. We usually see him at bigger events like the Canadians. I've seen him quite a few times. And he's a fair player. So Alan won't be taking him lightly. But Alan is definitely the the favorite on paper, and it will be a good win for Robin. He's going to have to really show something here today. And Allen with a good putt, good position to start the score here in frame one.
Yeah, nice little drag shot. Pull for the black. Does have an angle. Come off the cushion. Sells a red to that same pocket. Going to come up for the blue or a bulk color. I'd like to be a little bit straight on that red left of the cluster. Hold for the pink. Just got to be mindful of the blue with his rest. So having the spider as he has to cue over some reds. Black not on. Hopefully he can clip off it nicely. Back to ball. Just in that position. Just tapped into it. So it breaks down on 12. Just hoping for more. Just goes to show you how tough the sport of snooker is. We watch the professional ranks and they may look so easy from time to time, but they're spending 6 to 7 hours, 6 days a week practicing. Great Ronnie O'Sullivan probably pots over 20,000 balls weekly. So if you want to get the results, you got to put in the time. It's a well spotted plant there by Allen. More of a shot to nothing, as you can see where his cue ball has ended up. Just roll up gently to the screen. Just a plant, just all those clusters of red just on the left side. Robin taking a look at it as well. There's a bit of space between the two reds, so it makes it just a little bit more difficult to gauge what the plant does go. Well, maybe it didn't there. So led off by taking that aggressive shot on the green. Sometimes we see players roll up to the bulk color. It's come nicely to be on that red right in between the two near the black and the cluster above. And just asking Robin to spot the pink ball. So we're just trying to find head referee Kevin Patrick, just looking for a spot. This is pretty close on the pink. If it doesn't go, it will come up onto the green spot. Oh, my apologies. It's going to come onto the black as the black spot is available. That's the case. When a colored ball spot is covered, it comes the highest point value available. I had a little lapse there, didn't realize the black was available. A little bit more. The green's blocking the blue. It does have a red below the cluster that will go to the top left corner, but just that green's being a pain for him with the blue. Tough brown and almost came back. Missed the green puck the first time, shot over to the yellow, and almost dropped, but then zipped back and almost was in the green. A little attacking safety shot there by Robin. Got the cover on the blue, with the blue I should say, on that red near the top left corner. Allen having a good look at it. Got to run. It's come up short. So attempt number 2 for Alan Whitfield. And he's not going to miss twice. Such a proficient player. Previous Canadian national champion. goes way back in 2014 when Allen won this championship. Defeated Floyd Ziegler quite handsomely, 6-1. Now, this is a good opportunity for Robin to get right back in the frame. I see how those three reds are. Looks like he does have an angle on the leftmost red to just stun up for the black. So he might go, I don't know if he wants to be on the black. Because the black spot might be covered by a red, so this might go all the way up to the brown spot. Pink is really tied up in a messy world there with all those reds hanging around it. He has an angle on the black to come up and down table for another red. Those two around the pink spot. It's a bit straighter than I thought. And once again, they're just calling over head referee Kevin Patrick. Doing a wonderful job here. Oh, he's hit the black there. He's giving Allen a chance for this red into the yellow pocket. Just barely right side of the blue. These two reds through the top right just kind of cancel each other out to go to that pocket. Oh, what he can't convert on the blue. Giving really any opportunity for Robin. Just trailing by 10 points. Just flip out the red. Two cushions up table. Oh, he's dropped a red. A little fortunate there because he was unfortunate to cannon into the green. He wanted to be deeper in the bulk area. Doesn't have a great angle on that black. Down table. So a thin brown is going to shoot him down to the business end of the table. Just going to be mindful, queuing over that blue, reds, and pink. he has a path for this red. Just right and on the cushion of the pink. Took the one by the pink. Cleverly spotted. It's a thin window, but he found it. Looks like it was online, just short of pace. Cagey first frame here. This round robin match. Done well to avoid the blue. Tactical affair here now between Allen and Robin. I'm just taking a look. You'd love to see some separation between those two reds. Actually, a thin cut could be on if they were just opened up, and you could come off that cushion and avoid the two reds that are nestled on the top. Ooh, double kiss, left of red just below the pink. Oh, Allen, what have you done? Very uncharacteristic miss there.
Yeah, it's offered Robin a chance here. Only 4 points down, so. Oh boy. Not much for Allen to do, just tuck up behind these two reds. Got a bit of work to do left in this frame for either player.
No touching ball there. Or maybe it was. I'm surprised he didn't notify his opponent on that. Or maybe I missed it as well.
Well, Allen did have a quick look, so quite possibly off camera, off our view.
Our camera is getting busy here at the corner bank. Mid-afternoon.
You know, Robin's done well to keep him within striking distance in this frame.
Yeah. At the outset we were talking, it looked like Allen would be the clear favorite, but Robin held his own. A few strange misses by Allen, but that's what can happen in a frame of snooker. And Robin's just got to capitalize on that.
Oh, he's had a good run there. He really went after that one. I'm surprised he didn't take the red to the right of the bank from where he was, but perhaps he felt he could not avoid the pink. Oh, what's he done there? Did he forget about the red in the bulk end, Dave?
He might have.
I mean, sooner or later, Robin's going to pot one of these long ones.
And that was almost the time.
Well,
Yeah, he's got the snooker there on that open red, so he's going to have to do something with these 3 reds down on the top cushion.
yeah, looking at his. Well, he's going to do well to get back the ball, preferably just slow roll to this red. It's not bad. Oh, here we go once again. If Robin takes this one on, he's more than likely going to be running into those 3 reds on the bottom cushion. So forget about playing position, just concentrate on the pot. And there we go. He's had a couple of attempts at long ones, went wild. That one there goes right to the back of the leather.
Yeah, mission accomplished. He was, as we saw, Ken into those reds, and he could have left Allen an easy starter.
Yeah, Robin's doing well. He's gonna give Allen something to think about.
Yeah, you got to get in early on some of these highly skilled players. With the short frames, best of 3 upsets can happen, and we've seen a few in this tournament.
Absolutely. Now he's got a nice little angle here. Not a lot of room behind those reds and the left cushion to get positioned on one of them into the right center. So he may choose to go into them here.
Well, he has, and he's still got one at the top left corner. Didn't need to use the rest. Oh, I don't know why he had to hit that with so much base.
Boy. He was going good there for a moment. now it's Robin in front by 2, 30 to 28. So Allen keeping the pressure on. This red should hold up. He's got a good weight in the bottom cushion. Nothing easy here for Mr. Whitfield in this first frame, folks. Allen just going to run the weight back up the table towards the bulkhead. Love to avoid the pink and the blue. Well, not the best nudge off the middle.
Almost worked out well for him. Unfortunately, he's gifted him this chance to this long red top left corner.
Yeah, I mean, Robin likes the long ball. He hasn't had a lot of success in the last little bit with them. He's made one, of course. Well, they should give Allen a possible pot here, but he's going to be hampered by that pink. So much so that I don't think he's even entertaining the idea. Does he have enough pace, Dave?
Just barely. Wow,
Nicely
great
done.
shot there by Robin.
Little tap on the table from Allen. Acknowledges the effort. Yeah, if Robin can keep this frame close.
Yeah, just 2 points in it, 43 on this first frame, this best of 3 match. Nice long red by Robin. Still a lot of work to do. He's got the angle on the pink to come down for that last red.
Oh, look at the white. No, he's okay. Even Robin had a brief moment of pause. So 9 points to the good for Mr. Peterson. Here in frame 1. Last red. Would love to get this red and one more color. Wow.
Always tough to get over that finishing line. Long red for Allen. Can he convert?
Yep, black's there waiting. Oh, this is where it gets interesting. Block to yellow, yellow back to green, my word.
Yes, he's got some acreage to cover here. But he's got a nice little angle on this long red that he can come off the top cushion. Please give him a chance on that green.
Spotted perhaps a little fiber coming off the side of his tip. Quick fix and we are back. Oh, good pot. Does he have the weight? Not quite. However, there's a lot of brown there.
Valiant effort by Allen. Needed to resort to the redwoods to take on this green. As Rob mentioned there is a brown just sitting there. So the snooker is on. Robin could be in a lot of trouble next time he comes to the table.
Oh boy.
Didn't get the trick. Sold out the green to right middle. The only saving grace is he's put him tight to the vault cushion.
Yeah, and it's made it a little bit more difficult because Robin's got to go up and down the whole length of the table here. He's really got to be sure of his cueing. Needs to go right through the white center. Doesn't want any side. Well, perhaps trying a bit too hard.
Oh, this is a nice chance here for Allen.
He's up by one. Oh, he's gonna need. Oh, he's gonna need the pink.
It's a tough green and a good green to get things going. I think he wanted to cannon that blue a little bit, knock it out a bit. So there's a potential pot that he can take on to this yellow pocket, but the opening is a little smaller than usual from this angle.
Yeah, there's still a chance that a lot of things may happen here. He could rattle it in the jaws. But look, position should be good. Oh, he did rattle it in the jaws, my word. How big is this opportunity now for Robin? Trailing by 8, so he does require the 3 remaining colors. As long as he doesn't, Robin sometimes has he tends to overhit them sometimes. He's got to let his cue do the work for him here. Oh, he's played that well. Big frame. Should definitely help him in the group. However, he still needs one more for the match if he gets this one.
Oh, he can't believe it. The body language says it all. And he's going to be in a bit of trouble here. This is a great opportunity for Allen to put him in a snooker.
Yeah, Allen was sitting in his chair, just concluded the fact that he more than likely had lost the frame. Oh, is it in? No, look at this.
And the pathway's there. Allen stumbles on the snooker. Another twist and turn.
Yeah, but
Robin
Dave
does the black.
Yeah, but Dave getting back down. I mean, sure, pot the pink, give yourself a chance on the black, but getting position from here is not assured. He's going to be striking the top of the white. could be interesting. You know what? I wouldn't even mind if he plays the double here, top left corner, as long as he plays it with a weight that if he misses, it gets to a cushion. He's easy safety right back up the middle, up to spots, or even side to side. So he's got several options available to him. Oh, he went for the double. Quite a bit of pace.
Yeah,
Did
did
not
well
expect
there.
that.
Yeah, almost came back down for the top left corner.
I mean, I guess he threw it all to chance there. It could have ended up absolutely anywhere. Quite surprised. You know, to fight hard as much as Robin has in this frame.
Oh, dangerous, dangerous shot, Robin. He might be all right though, but that just the nap took it a little bit there, as you saw. It just rolled off a bit at the end. Allen's got a black to this right middle. Oh, a drop of the arm. He can't believe it. One reprieve. It's up against the bulk cushion. These are not easy into the middle.
All right, sorry about that, everyone. Dave,
Oh, he got it. Punches the
wow.
fist a little bit. What a steal that was. 49-45. Robin Peterson takes that first frame, but Allen's not out of it. But an upset could be on if Robin's to take the frame too. We'll find out when we come right back with that exciting frame.
Yeah, I had to mute my microphone there for a brief moment. My house phone decided to ring. You know, David, seems every time when I'm doing something on the mic or I get noises, the house phone goes off, deliveries, but when I'm not doing the streaming, crickets around here. However, as we just saw, Robin Peterson in front now, 1-0. As soon as they update the score, of course. And then we will carry on. So players have stepped away. So let's check in with our other match left of our view here. We'll come right back to this one. So right now it's Fern Loye versus the gentleman, Joe Atia. Here he is, Joe Atia donning the red snooker glove. Doing well in this year's event. Good player, even nicer person. Leads Fern this frame 45-38, 7 points in it. Joe playing tight against a great player in Fern Loye. We see it at the bottom of the screen. It's Jason Williams versus Mr. Dan Bissonette. It's a great out there by Fern. All right, Robin and Alan are back, so continue. We'll come back to there in a moment, folks. Here we go. Frame 2. Robin leads Alan Whitfield 1-0. It's going to be Robin to break here. It's a decent break. He's got coverage on the open red. Nothing for Allen, but right side of the bunch. Missed the red in the open to get that white behind the bulk line. Slight rub. Won't bother too much. Well, it's Allen in with first opportunity now. Doesn't take advantage. My goodness. He is not happy there. Hands the advantage right back to Robin Peterson. Allen only able to score 7. Wow. Allen is not quite settled here. He needs to settle himself down. Can't let that bother him. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning in. I am your host, Rob Richards, alongside Mr. David Burney. We are live here from the Corner Bank in Scarborough, Ontario, Canada for this, the 2026 edition of the CBSA Canadian National Open Snooker Championship. Really appreciate each and every one of you spending your valuable time with us. Once again, we have a chat goal going on here on our OBSA YouTube channel where the world is watching, where you can purchase a super chat or a super sticker at any amount that you choose, and we greatly appreciate it. Help show your support and appreciation for everything going on this week. We've had some long days, folks, a lot of matches still to go. And don't forget to like and subscribe and share the stream across your socials, folks, which we would truly appreciate it. Thank you ever so much. So Robin in good now. He needs to be careful of what, he's got a good opportunity here in front of him. This black apparently will go to the right corner. Needs to come well off that cushion, a little short. Let's see if we can get to that red. If not, it's going to be end of break at 15. Unless he takes this, he might take this round to top left corner. Not likely, however, just to get that white. Wow, he's canned the green, unfortunate. Easy path back to bulk for Mr. Whitfield. Needs to recover from that poor attempt on the pink as previous venture at the table. Sorry, folks. Just getting a couple of messages and taken care of. I do apologize. However, Alan Whitfield opportunity sits right in front of him. Trails 1-0 here. Needs to bounce back in this match. Would like to end it on a high note, of course. Well, Allen's still trailing. But looking to make a dent here. Ooh, that one just caught the knuckle, didn't go in clean. Should steady himself going forward. He's got a long way to go in this event. He's had some good matches. I'm pretty sure he's clear of the group stage. Still wants to perform well here, though. He's on current break at 10, puts him in front by 3, 18-15. Here in the second, he can run this through and clear the path of the pocket by potting the pink. And that's not bad at all. He's got to be mindful of his cue ball here, which he's generally good at with the control. Oh, a little short. Perhaps a bit too careful. No, he's done well. Cue ball run on. Good putt on the pink here in the left corner. Open the two reds. Should have a putt on following this pink. Oh, he does, but he's covered the black, but that's okay. He can work with the pink. Not sure what the break is, as it doesn't appear it's being counted or scored by Robin. It's a couple browns and a couple pinks. So appears we just have to wait a few moments to the end of the turn. Oh, which is now. Oh boy. Yeah, I'm not sure what's happening with Cloud or the scoring app, but only 2 Browns scored. So it might have a network issue, folks, unfortunately. Oh, there we go. It just caught up and refreshed, folks. So the players are keeping score, and once the network catches up, the cloud server will update us. Normally it's a bit faster than that. Um, so Allen leading by 10 now, 32-22. However, it's Robin Peterson in the balls with a great chance here to at least get these 3 open reds and colors. Oh, what's he done? Well, sometimes you got to play the cards that you're dealt with, and poor shot was looking to run through a little bit, didn't get it. Still on the pink to the top right corner. Still at the table, still in control. If he doesn't like the pot, you can always dump the white on the top cushion. Appears he's playing the pink to right middle though. This could go wrong. That was ambitious to say the least. However, he's covered pink and black for the time being. He's given a pot to Mr. Whitfield. We need to screw back up the table unless Allen has an angle. Don't think he does, so bulk color it is for him. So it's going to be the top red of the 2. Very long bridge here. Needs an angle on the brown. Well, if not the brown, he's on the yellow or possibly the green here. Yellow it is. Doesn't want to be straight. Yeah, it was fairly straight, so he's going to do a lot of work here to get position on one of these 2 reds near that bottom cushion, folks. Not bad. He's there. He's got a pot on it. It's quite nasty. These are not easy. So far, he's just going to play the one on the bottom. Leave the white where it is. All right, he's played the white up the table, sorry. Our camera is still having issues, apparently, with the network feed. A little glitch, but we're running quite smooth, quite happy with it. Hope you're having a wonderful day and enjoying the snooker here from the corner bank, folks. Allen in the lead in this second frame. 39-23, 16 in front. But this poor safety from Mr. Whitfield won't work out to his favor. He's overhit that by quite a large margin. My goodness. No, I think he was trying to aim for that red quite a bit thicker. Just got it a little thin. It's unfortunate. Well, no position here. A little touch up to the blue. I don't think he hit it. So it is a foul. He didn't hit the blue. It's unfortunate. Again, my word. It's all happening again here. So, free ball. Allen can nominate and play any color he chooses. Slowly but surely, Allen's lead is increasing. Oh boy. Decided to take on that yellow to test his cueing and, well, didn't pass. You know, Robin's got to be careful here. He's gotten away with this one, but he's got to be careful against Allen. Robin down by 20. Really needs this last red. So I'm not sure, ladies and gentlemen, if we have another group stage match after this one on this table. But there are several other matches still in play. However, we've still got a group stage, or not a group stage, pardon me, a knockout match coming up after the group stages today. Brent Babcock, 7184. The brackets are available. The draw, everything is available. Scores and so much more at cloudsnooker.com. Great pot there from Mr. Whitfield. Looking to close out the frame right here. He'd love nothing more than just to do that. This brown makes 25. Still needs this yellow. He has not great focus or concentration in this match on certain pots. He's going to need to have some here. Not take this yellow for granted. And that's frame ball. Capturing this frame should make Allen feel a little bit better. Oh boy. So Robin, Rice smile on his face, comes back to the table to give it all he's got, considering he's up 1-0. Well, Robin's got a chance here as he got the line, just didn't quite have the pace. Allen in front by 30. Robin requires 2 snookers to tie. Well, there you see it. Frame conceded. So this match all tied up, folks. One frame apiece. Third frame decider coming right up. We'll stay right here for the moment. Sorry, folks. Just grabbed a quick snack. Getting late in the day, so I gotta take my moments when I can. This frame, low scoring at the moment. Does he get the? Oh, what a roll! Well, well, good and bad. Good, he's got the points, but doesn't really have position here. He's looking at. Well, is there a plant? Robin can't get to it directly, but if it's a plant, if he can play this red just above to the left of the pig, straight into those reds, everything's going to open. This could be a. Well, no, it's not available. Certainly not available now. Has he left it on? Yeah, quite possibly he has. My goodness. Oh, boy. Allen's showing a little bit of frustration. Quickly back to his seat. Trailing by 10. Robin in front, of course. Position is not bad. Just roll this through off the side cushion for the red into the left corner. Wants the white to hold up. Yeah, it's a little close to the blue, but he should be fine. Robin's doing well here, keeping the pressure on. Needs to relax, breathe. Breathing is so important in this game. Helps maintain your flow and tempo around the table. Increasing his lead slowly but surely. Best part about this, only a break of 11, but he's keeping Allen off the table, who seems to be, well, having a bit of trouble. That pig, oh, big ball to miss at the wrong time, Mr. Peterson. Allen needs to regain his focus, regain his composure. Trailing by 20 in this third and deciding frame. Well, not ideal, but the putt can still be made. He had a lot of room to get perfect position. He didn't, so it's going to take a little bit of work here. And now he's right back in it. This blue to right center, travel around the angles, or come down directly. You know, he played that with a touch aside. Or perhaps he didn't get right into as much as he needed. So end of break at 13. So he's within striking distance. Robin in front by 8. He's really got to go for it here. Keep it tight. Keep the pressure on Allen. Oh, where's this red going? Just held up. Not much for Allen to do here. Only one red to worry about, the one he played on. And amazingly enough, Robin's got a putt on here. Could play it to left corner as a shot to nothing. Could play it to right corner and get into the 3 reds. Yeah, I kind of like playing the other pocket, Robin. Leaving it up to chance if you miss. Allen potted the red. Robin could be in a little bit of trouble here. Only 7 points separate the two at this point. Allen has a putt on, however, getting position on one of them is going to be, wow, it's going to be a challenge. Oh boy. So it's all going back. Robin will have another attempt. Yeah, he had the line, readjusted, got it correct that time. However, that pink foul has brought Allen within one. Allen's not too focused, so it's a good opportunity for Robin to get a win here if he can maintain his composure and focus as well. Well, Allen with another good white. Going to make it very difficult for Robin to get this safe. May have the only option of running the white to the bottom cushion here. Oh, wow. That's absolutely a gutsy putt to take on at pocket weight, and he's played it perfectly. Yeah, Robin just a little frustrated. Wow, not a little, he's a lot frustrated on that one. He's snookered himself. A little careless. Oh, he's actually tried to cut that in. I think he's done that out of pure frustration. My word, what are we seeing here? Complete lack of focus. Christopher Farrington, the final will be on Sunday. Sunday will start the day with, I believe, the semifinals, and then the finals will follow. Robin increasing his lead slowly but surely once again. Not great on a color to get to this last red. He could drop in the green. He may not need the rest, but doesn't mind the rest. Played it well. Going for it all here. Nine points to the good. Last red crucial. Oh my goodness. Sorry, now the score's updated. 15 points to the good. And Christopher, no problem, my friend. Oh, Allen needs a miracle. So Allen just touching the pink. Got the snugger. He's 14 points down. Allen does require the 6 remaining colors, but he's got Robin in a decent snooker here. Brown is safe at the moment. However, if Robin doesn't get this right, these penalty points or foul points could add up rather quickly. Oh boy. What's he done there? Yeah, you heard Alan. He might take it. He's going to have a look. He doesn't like it, so it will go back as we had suspected. He's trying to swerve around the pink to the top cushion when he's got the right side cushion. Maybe one attempt, which he's already missed. Fine, but right side cushion to the pink would be for me. He's never going to get enough on it. He's got to go right side cushion, maybe right side, left side cushion. Yeah. Well, Alan said you can go back again, unlimited. As expected, these points are adding up. Allen now within 2. Robin needs to keep his calm and focus. You know, he could play off bottom cushion, left side cushion to the yellow. He may even hit it off 2 rails that way, or 3 if he uses the bulk cushion. But trying to swerve around the pink at that angle, no. This time he's good. But Allen's right back in it. Only 2 points down. Still requires the pink, however. Well, as I said, both players got to try and gather up some resemblance of focus and composure. Robin just can't believe he's left over the hole, but as I said, neither one of them has had any great deal of focus. Oh my God, what has he done? Well, it was close to the cushion. Fancied him for it, didn't get it. Yeah, Allen just hitting that one thick, but Robin with a good reply here. Little shake of the head from Allen, not sure why, but oh my goodness. Yeah, Allen trying to swerve around the pink. He's got an option to do it. Brings Allen back to his 8-point in front, 8-point advantage. Oh, and he's done it again. Yeah, Allen's got it just about right. Fairly close. He's not doing that again. Cost him 12 points. Sometimes the easy way or the straight direct path is not the correct one. Try it once, short. Same result the second time. However, Robin with a chance here. So Allen will still require the 6 remaining colors yet again. Oh boy, thunderous pot there from Robin Peterson. Still needs green and brown for a good win. Oh, it's there. He's on it. This is not as straightforward as it looks, folks. A tiny gap between the cushion and the brown. So he either plays safe or he totally and fully commits to this brown. And where that block is, he's going to be hampered a little bit. So tuck in the shirt. A lot of distance between him and the block. Oh, and he's hung it up. Allen's going to have an opportunity to steal. Now, the only safe ball right here is the most important one, the block for Allen. I can't see him trying to get the block off the cushion here, but he may have an angle to do it. Most importantly, he's getting position on the pink. Oh, just missed the nudge. Great effort. And he's not ideally on this pink. Not for the Allen that we've seen so far in this match. Typical Allen running hot would absolutely pot this pink, so. Well, he's back at it. Black ball, deciding frame. Be a 2-frame comeback if Allen should pot this block at some point. Oh, Allen actually went for the double in the corner with the element of safety. Has it hit it hard enough? Yes, he has. Nicely done, Mr. Whitfield. Giving himself a chance here in the third and deciding frame. We still have a match going on left of our view, folks. Fern Loyer and Joseph Atia. So at the conclusion of this frame, we'll slide on over. Yeah, Allen, yeah, it's called danger. It was. He avoided the double kick. If it double kissed, then the block would be 6 inches from the pocket. Does Allen take this double on? No, he doesn't. He's very wise, very smart. So great match for whoever pots this block, of course.
Get it! Come on! Don't make me shoot it!
You see there, players having a bit of fun with each other. It's good to see. Great to view. This match has had some great pots and some sloppy shots. So all in all, not bad. Allen might take this on to right middle. So it looks a little high. No, it's not. It's there. Your winner in a great match. Allen Whitfield defeats Robin Peterson 2 frames to 1. As promised, folks, we will slide on over to Fern Loyer and Joe Atia in progress. Third frame. It's the Gentleman Joe at the table, leading Fern Loyer 24-15. All right, folks. I'm sorry. I do have to apologize. Just have to run downstairs, check on a few quick things. This match continues. The gentleman Joe doing some work here. Oh, opportunity missed. Well, there's nothing on our main table, folks, right now. I think we're coming to the conclusion of the group stages. So I'm going to take this opportunity just to step outside and get some of that fresh air. And I'll be back in about 60 seconds to 2 minutes. Stay with us, folks. Having a wonderful day here at the Corner Bank. folks, it's come down to this. Fern Loyer trailing 51-45, 6 points down. Requires blue, pink, and black. Blue's a good starter, wants that white to roll. So either way we look at it, we're going to have a black ball finish to this deciding frame. Pink drops, he's nice on the black. Fern just taking a moment. We see in the background on the left, the warrior Amar Sadiq. Fern down a third time. And there it is, your winner. Great match. Fern Loyer defeats Joseph Atia 2 frames to 1. So we're going to swing our camera once again, folks. We'll get the score for you momentarily. This is Jason Williams and Mr. Dan Bissonette. All right, there we go. As you see, it's the third deciding frame. Jason leading 59-25, so he's 34 in front. 1 red remaining. Dan at the table. So we are, in fact, on our last few group stage matches, really. Dan's fighting hard to stay in this one. Good hit there from Mr. Williams. How's the roll? Oh, he's gotten away with that one pretty good. Jason just looking for the 1 pot to win this match, 2 frames to 1. Dan needs pretty much everything. Oh, I don't know, it's thin to that corner pocket, folks, but well, you know, he might be slightly tempted here. But Jason, too experienced to be baited by that. Dan also well versed in safety play. Dan wants that white to go. Oh, he's got pretty good. I believe from our viewpoint, folks, he's got coverage. Jason needs to swerve. He got it. Will this afford Dan a pot? Well, it will. But he's 34 down. Pink to tie, black to win. And then, of course, the 6 remaining colors are required. And he does not appear to have a pot to get to the black. He's got to lift the butt of his cue just a little bit. Oh, missed the pink. Trying to stay on the block. A little fortunate with the leave. Yeah, Dan saw that one coming. He knew he was going to be in trouble. No need to mark the white. If he doesn't make the hit, it won't be a miss. His snookers will be required. Good hit. Where's it going? We don't know. It's not bad, but is Jason tempted or is he going to play the snooker? Hard to tell from our angle, folks. But a good match played by both these gentlemen. Jason, of course, as we all know, former Canadian snooker champion. Oh, he was tempted. It didn't go, and he's got the run of the ball there for sure. He knows Dan needs a block to win. Black is not in the best position here. Just having to look if he can come off that top cushion. If he played this right, if he can come off that, if he can't hit it direct, if he can come off that bulk cushion. If he hits it, manages to hit it correctly, he may get the return snooker here. He's going to need the rest to do it. So that will add a slight more degree of difficulty to this. Danny Mack, thank you very much, sir. I'm sorry I'm getting a little bit late with the chat. I do get to it periodically. Running the feed, making sure the scores on the stream are correct. Any kind of challenges that we have, dealing with those. Oh, he's got it perfect. What a play there from Mr. Bissonette. Oh, Jason's got one option. So snookers are not required just yet, so Jason will mark the white. Oh, he's coming off that bulk cushion. He's got to just miss the yellow to do so. Does he have the side cushion? Might need a touch of side. Close to the cushion he's on is going to be difficult, so bulk cushion it is. Great hit there by former champion Jason Williams. Well, this shot here might be one that you take on down the club with your buddies in a friendly game. Not one to take on in the Canadian Championships when you're down by 34 against a former winner of the event. Just trying to work out if he can get a snooker or the best possible placement for a telling safety here. Jason's potted the red. So 35 the difference. It's going to be tough for Dan to come back now, considering he's not even at the table at the moment. And there's the handshake and concession, folks. So well done. Jason Williams defeats Dan Bissonette 2 frames to 1. So as we see here, folks, nothing happening on this table. Let's have a look. Go back to our main feed. Well, all right, so there might be a few more group stage matches currently in progress, and there is, but none that I can bring you. So I'm just going to wait for confirmation of how long we're going to be out for and when the knockout rounds will begin. So here we see the great venue of Corner Bank, where we are live in Scarborough, Ontario. I believe they were starting we had originally thought around 5 p.m. Eastern time. All right, folks, so we're going to take a short break. We will put that on the screen here in a moment. All right, folks, there we go. So play is set to resume at approximately 5:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If that changes, you will know as soon as I know. Thank you very much. I am Rob Richards saying stay tuned, stay with us. We'll be back soon, giving the players a bit of a rest while they organize the knockout rounds. We will have 8 matches going, and then the other 8 matches in the round of 32 will start the day off tomorrow. So, stay tuned. I'm your host, Rob Bridges. Thank you so much for being here, and we will see you momentarily in just a little bit. All right, folks, we are almost set to begin. As you see on your screen, play to resume approximately 5:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. There are more matches coming. We have a knockout match to start things off this evening. And then I believe we'll have 8 matches going. We got 8 tables. So half of the round of 32 will go tonight. The other half will go tomorrow morning, so I'm told. So yes, we still got snooker action. We're going to start with our feature table, of course. Depending on the length of that match, we may be able to turn our cameras to another table and get the conclusion of said match. So stay with us, folks. I'm Rob Richards, your host. Thanking you so much for being here. Stay tuned. We're just moments away now from the resumption of today's play. Al Edwards, thank you so kindly, sir. Truly appreciate all the help and all the support. So we're just doing a few final checks here. I believe they're just waiting for the one final group stage match to conclude. Way back down the table where we can't get, unfortunately. Fad Wahid versus John Wallace, 1-1. John leading 54-36. Late in that third deciding frame. John Wallace 18 in front. And I believe they're on the green by the score on Cloud Snooker as John putted a red, blue, and then the yellow. So that would tell me that only 25 left. As we see on our main table, it looks like Joe Pullitz is warming up. Not sure who his opponent is as of yet, but we know the draw is pretty much been done. There's Michel Vizina, great player from the Montreal area. So we're almost there. Play to resume momentarily, folks. And John Wallace has won that match over Fad Wahid, 2-1. So as soon as they get everything up on Cloud Snooker, we will continue here, folks. So we're still in a bit of a wait, folks. Just waiting for everything to come up on Cloud Snooker for the scoring. Then we'll be right back in it. So if you're just tuning in, we are waiting for the first 8 of the knockout matches to begin. The second 8 will begin tomorrow morning. And then we'll play down to the final 4. See a lot of players mulling around, getting set. Amar Sadiq, the warrior, on the table to the left of our view. You know, you can Amar certainly a contender. You see him there on our screen, just to the left. Jesse Fox over our right. John Wallace walking back and forth. And don't forget, folks, you see on the top left, Mr. James, the Natural Power, with the National Snooker League. Don't forget that event is set to commence at Master Cube Billiards in Markham, Ontario, on the NSL YouTube channel. So don't forget to keep that in mind. Coming up June 12th, 13th, and 14th, where I will be live on location to bring you as much of that historic event as possible. So these players have done well to make it out of their groups, to make the top 32. So we see just Tournament Director Presley Back is walking around trying to get everybody organized. Slowly but surely, Cloud Snooker is starting to populate with matches. So not too much longer, folks. So if you need a quick breath of fresh air, stretch your legs, grab a snack, get your coffee, then now is the time to do it.
All matches will commence at 5:45. 5:45, guys, start time.
There you go. So they've just given the warning you just heard from one of the tournament directors and owner of this corner bank. 5:45, folks. Al Edwards, there will be, if you look, go to cloudsnooker.com. It should be listed under the knockout listing for this event. The whole bracket should be available. If not now, it should be moments away. All right, folks, I hope you're ready because we are approximately 2 minutes away now. Two minutes away from the start of the top 32 knockout rounds. It's come down to this over the last several days of play. So it appears our first match, or our match right now, will be Vito Puopolo and Joe Pullitz. Vito gunning for a second title here this weekend. The last time he won it was several years ago, right here at the Corner Bank. And you see now Vito just getting a bit of a warm up, get his Q arm under him. Of course, as I said, Vito looking for a second title. Joe's come close to the top of that mountain, but it's been a while. It's been a moment.
Yeah, so far Vito is the man with the high run of the tournament right now at 91.
Yes, he is.
So exciting best of 5, first round of the knockout phase. Winner continues their pursuit to be the Canadian national champion. Loser unfortunately has to go home. I don't know much about Joe, a bit more about Vito.
Yeah, well, I've known Joe for quite some time, and I tell you, back in the day, he was one of the top players in the province. Gotten on in the years, of course, but he still plays very competitively. Vito is well aware of Joe. He knows him just as good as I do. So he won't be taking any chances with anybody. So we are just about 30 seconds away. It appears that Vito will start us off here. Now, because of the knockout rounds, we have moved into a best of 5 format. So depending on the length of this match, folks, if there's any other matches going on that we can bring you, I certainly will. Well, Dave, we are underway. It's come down to this. Several days of group stage, now down to a single knockout match.
Yeah, and we're live on the OBSA YouTube channel. Feel free to chime in with any comments or questions. Give your support to either Vito or Joe. I'm pretty sure they'll hear it through the Ethernet. This might be the one mistake Joe didn't want to make. And this is our last batch of matches today. They're only going to do the top half of the 32 player knockout side. So tomorrow when we start up at 9:30, we'll complete the 32 player field, wind down to 16 players, and then into the quarterfinals to set up Championship Sunday with the semifinals and finals. But still a lot of snooker to get through. Very nicely done by Vito. Developed the black nicely. Unfortunately, that red that he cannoned into is going to tie up the black a little.
Well, Dave, sorry, Dave, I was just about to say you answered one of my questions I had on my mind is what the start time would be for tomorrow. What, 9:30 it is?
And good to hear from our good friend Matt Herm, tuning in all the way from Colorado. Hope you guys have returned to Earth. Great event that you put on, Matt and Mark out there in Boulder. Huge undertaking, but it was a great tournament. Myself enjoyed it thoroughly, had lots of great fun, and looking forward to the next one.
Absolutely. Never know, you might see a lone Canadian in the next event next year, Dave. If it remains an open, of course.
Yeah, just talking to Fern Loyer in the little break, and he was letting me know that there was a Quebec Open going on, and the organizers are saying you're not allowed to play because you're not from Quebec. Now, by definition of an open tournament, that's open up to anybody. Most of the time,
Right.
it's not open to pros per se, but not restricted to geographically where you live.
Yeah. Well, it's just like saying this event, it's the Canadian Open. People from the States aren't allowed to play. So it's open to any Canadian residents because there's no qualification or qualifiers for it. There used to be back in the day, but not presently. Oh
I
boy.
think we should just call it the Canadian National Snooker Tournament. And then the other
Absolutely.
one's the Canadian Senior National Snooker Tournaments.
Yes. Drop the open.
Yeah. So then it might confuse people and you have those debates. Obviously, if it was called a national, then it's open to their provincials, as you guys have done in Ontario here, is only open to Ontario residents. And then there's invitation tournaments where you have to get an invite.
Yeah. And Matt Herm, does the open format translate into French Québécois? Oui or no? The open format, it's the Canadian National Championship. It's open to anybody in Canada. So that would include Quebec. Oh, Vito not getting good position here at all.
Yeah. So hoping to be on that open red on the right side. But the blue is blocking that.
And Marcus Foster's in the chat. Thank you, Marcus, very much. We got to get that game organized between me and you. Marcus, another great player from Mississauga, Ontario. Haven't seen much of each other lately. We've both been busy, but we usually have some great matches. So looking forward to that. But right now, Dave, we got Vito Puopolo and Joe Pullitz. Vito from the Scarborough area, Joe in Mississauga, of course. Joe has a long red here, but it's not without danger. There's two reds above to the right of the block. Joe get the top one, get the cue ball back to that bulkhead. Oh, he's had it rather soft and somewhat thick, so into the blue.
Yeah, he had the right idea, just suffered a little bit on the pace.
Well, you know, Joe's been there before. He's been close to the top of that mountain in the Canadians many, many years ago. As I said, he was one of the top players around. Still knocking in centuries, not as much as before, but every once in a while, when he gets it going, he's tough. Vito, of course, much younger and playing well. So this is a match. You know, I'd like to say it could go either way. It all depends on Mr. Pullitz, really. If he can take advantage of any opportunities or mistakes from his opponent.
Yeah, Vito, the 2022 champion. After a couple-year hiatus because of that nasty COVID-19 pandemic that hit, this tournament was not staged in 2020 or 2021.
Joe's got nothing here but a containing safety, just dump the white. Not bad. Not ideal. Vito's got, he can go right back up the table if he chooses, but he's also got a red to left center. Shouldn't leave too much, but the one he's playing on. Yeah, he's too wise. He knows Joe very much. Trying to force that error that I've been mentioning from Joe. Well, that's one way to do it. Not ideal, but he does get the white back into the bulkhead.
Yeah, tough situation here. That red is open on the right side. It's a long pot, and if he's to miss Vito, could be in a lot of trouble. As that white will cannon into open reds, so just playing it smart.
Really wants that white to go and cut off any escape down the left. I think he's just about there.
That red to the right of the pink. At the middle, maybe Joe can just clip off the left side, find the gap between red and black, a couple cushions, and be safely back in the bulk.
Yeah, he's got to catch it perfect though, Dave. Oh, that's not bad. He's going to need cover of the red over the right corner now, though. Won't have it. That's about the best he could do. He got a little unfortunate with the rub, but Vito would do well here. Oddly enough, black available to left corner. Brown waiting, but he's on the block. He's going to come around and have a quick look.
Trying to will it in his brain there, so I'm not going to offer that black. The lesser valued brown with 4 points. still will be at the table, and that's an important thing to do to win a frame of snooker. Stay at the table, put together a high break.
Well, that's not bad. You know, every time you come to the table at first glance, you tend to have a bit of a roadmap or game plan, but sometimes you have to adjust on the fly if you don't get positioned on the ball at the right angle that you might want, or you might play a different shot altogether. So we don't have to look, see if the pink goes to right center. But from this angle, I think that's, well, can't exactly see from here, Dave, but he's got a good angle. Can go up for the blue. If he goes too high, he'll have the bulk colors, so no problem there. Oh, he's overdone it by a large margin. But as I said, he's on the bulk colors.
Yeah, just looks to tell if there's any angle here. Well, when you've got cue power like that, any ball can be on.
Absolutely.
Some angle, he could have been on that right above the pink, but drew it back with great success. So he's on this red, as you can see, in that kind of arc of three, the lower one will go into top right, just eyeing where he wants to put his cue ball to be on the black for his next shot.
Oh, what's he done? Oh, I'm not sure. At first glance, it's tight, but I do think he's still on the black. He has nothing else to play for here. So if it's not the pot, it's going back into the bulk end. Oh, and he fouled on the red. So the score should read 26-7, 19 in front, Vito. Joe at the table, tucked to that cushion. He's got a red on, Dave, but from here, it's going to be positionally challenged. So Joe, veteran of the game, wisely decided to get that ball in the bulk end. Oh, where's that white? Oh, you know what? No, he's okay.
Fortunate enough with the pace of that cue ball, the nap wasn't able to bend it ever so slightly and put it into that green pocket.
Well, that group of four near the bottom cushion about to get dislodged. So that's going to change things here a bit. Joe really needs to get coverage. Oh, he needs more pace. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, this is going to be a good judgment of pace here to come off the cushion and be on the black. So there is just a little gap.
You know what? It's that shot there. If he was actually playing to pot it, he missed it by a fair amount, Dave. Kind of leads me to believe maybe he was just playing the white in the bulk end because he played it with a lot of pace to get it back up.
I don't think either of these gentlemen were playing in the last batch of matches in the round robin, so both might be a little cool after the lengthy layover.
That's right. And we've now moved on to best of five. So first frame, a bit of a warm up, bit of a feeling out phase. Important frame, though, as they all are at this stage. And Christopher Farrington, yes, this is the knockout rounds going forward. The first group of 8 will play tonight. The second group of 8 will play tomorrow morning at 9:30 a.m. Oh boy,
Yuto.
that pocket has a love for cue balls.
Yeah, it's starting to get a little exciting here at the corner bank. Friday nights rolling in. Lots of great seating, cool drinks, hot eats, snooker action on the tables. Come and join us. We're at 925 Warden Ave in Scarborough, just east of Toronto. Fido just letting Joe know, hey, it's ball in hands.
Yeah,
Like Joe's like, well, what if I shoot from here? Well, it probably will be a foul.
I'm sure he would prefer to shoot from there, but he's ball in hand, he can put it anywhere he wants. And if he plays, he's got the outermost red on the right. Good chance he can swing that red or swing off the red back up. Target area is, yellow-brown area. Oh, is there a plant? Joe loves his plants. Wow, it depends on how he plays this. He might run into the red just to the left of it. I think Joe's going all out here.
Oh, what
Oh
a
boy.
shot. Tremendous sight to sight that plant. And pocket it very well.
Yeah. Question is now, what does he do from here? Nicely on the blue, of course. Needs to take a bit of time, keep his composure, and whatever amount of focus he has left, Dave. It's been another long day. Bonnie, what subway close to the venue? Bonnie, that would be Warden Station. Oh, Joe
It's
moves
okay.
it along.
It's got the black into the top left corner, thin cut, so lose control of that cue ball, but he could find a pathway between green and yellow, come back down table. Wasn't as thin as I thought, so he's able to stay at the top end of the table.
Yeah,
This is looking good for Joe.
he is only 1 point behind, and he's not too bad on this red. If he can manage the white good enough, he can stay on the block here. With a possible 2 more to go with those 2 reds just above the block. Yeah, Joe's got a great touch for the game. Most days. And here it's not too bad. I think he's got an angle to the bottom cushion. So if he can run this block through off 2 cushions, you'll have 2 reds waiting for him.
Ooh.
Just didn't get into it.
Is he fortunate that that pink is blocking the path, or the red beneath it to the left middle? Ito's eyeing it up pretty intently. Looks like it goes.
Oh, wow. that stay out. Just caught the top knuckle ever so slightly. If that was one of those shots, Dave, if he played at a bit slower pace, the pocket would have taken it, but he wouldn't have had position. So, Joe doesn't like the red near the green. Yeah, I think Joe's got to be a little aggressive here. Yeah, maybe a little too much, unfortunately. Could have played the safety, which was pretty much straightforward, Dave.
Yeah, just tied 26 apiece in this initial frame. It's best of 5. Round of 32.
But it's Vito now in control. 2 open reds, so he may have a look at these 3 together. Near that bottom cushion. Not right away, of course, but he'll be thinking about it. Wow, it was a good time for an announcement as Vito's about to pull the trigger on this red.
Yeah, gets up, recomposes himself. Red didn't go in smoothly. It had a thought, and then it dropped.
Oh, chance for this pink to go left center. Oh, it's a bit high.
Yeah, no one taking a stranglehold on this first frame.
Yeah, no, Vito only in the lead by 7, 33-26. And if Joe can keep it on paper, Vito, I would say, is the favorite. But Joe's got a lot of knowledge and still a lot of ability. And his safety game is most of the time fairly good. You know, we don't get to see a lot of Joe in events, especially on live streams. Normally he plays, you know, with us in the OBSA, the Ontario Snooker Tour, when he can, due to scheduling, of course. Yeah, no pace on this one for Vito. But he's left one on. It's close, not direct to the pocket. Joe might be tempted. He could also play off the same red, catch it thin, send the weight back to the bulk end. Depends if he wants to play a defensive or attacking game.
Oh, great pot there.
Yes.
Got a good angle on the blue. Actually, to come down for that open red. Come off the left cushion.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't have to do too much with the white, just concentrate on the pot. Again, another good angle on this red to the corner. One good thing here, he's just got to make sure he gets to the top side of the blue. He's better off sorry folks, he's better off if he goes too high because the pink's waiting than too low.
Kind of jumped up on that shot.
Yes, he did, and he's left it. So, good tight frame so far. If this is any indication of this match is going to go well.
Could have an angle here on this blue to disturb the rightmost red. Maybe didn't have the angle there. Is there a path for Joe to get by that ink to hit the red? Looks like there is a bit. Not sure if you can see all of that red. If you can, at least you can decide if he really wants to hit on the right side or the left side, but we'll see how this shot transpires. Ooh, the in off. And that looks like a sellout. Looks like a straight in line, maybe just a fraction or two closer to the bulk area. So, great chance here for Vito to get the first frame on the board in this match. Frank and Moretti just giving Joe some positive encouragement. Now this is a tricky yellow. She wants to continue the break. Vito just needs yellow and green. Let's go to the snooker's required stage of this frame. Joe needs them all to take the frame.
Well, Dave, maybe you know the answer to this question. Now that it's best of 5, not 2 out of 3, or is there any scheduled breaks, or is that pretty much up to the players at this point?
Note the rule states that a player cannot run out. Oh, as we mean by that, a player cannot win 3-0. If a player is up 2 frames to nil, they will have a 5-10 minute break.
If they choose, they don't have to take that break, right?
I believe it's in the rules that, yeah, they do take a break.
Well, tie frame ball. Still needs the blue. So 18 points in front, 18 on. I mean, as straightforward as this pot looks, Dave, anything can happen. A little bit of excitement, a little lack of focus, take your eye off the ball. Too much of a stretch. Wow. That's got to be a 1.5 bridge. And I'm being generous. Yeah, he's left it. That should prove to be costly. This is where Joe needs to punish Vito for that.
Yeah, it's got an angle on the blue to come back down table. Come off the left cushion. Slowly creep down and have the yellow, or pink I should say. Yellow's long gone. Into the left middle.
Yeah, well, he's not, I mean, Joe can only tie the frame, but this is going to be difficult for him where he lies now. Wow, as he played that. Very good. Not bad considering where he was, Dave. Bridged over the block.
Still, this is no gimme. These are tough cuts. Although it's all or nothing on this one, so can run it with a bit of pace. And he's got it.
Ooh.
So first frame, black ball respot. Here we go.
Wow. I tell you, this has the makings of every frame could be like this, Dave. I mean, that would be great for TV, wouldn't it? Every frame comes right down to a respotted block. I tell you, this table has had some stories upon it during these events here at the Canadian Nationals. Seniors and Open thus far. Well, Vito's put Joe in. Joe very good at the side to side.
Yeah,
No,
the
and he-
traditional black ball break off.
I don't think he, well, see, it's kind of in between the double. Could be turned into a double, but Vito, again, a smart player. Wow. Joe's looking at the putting angle. Joe can be quite deadly with thin cuts. Oh, actually, he's having a look at coming from behind, which will be a great shot, as long as he doesn't hang the block up over a pocket. Seeing it from behind will keep that white directly on that cushion. Oh boy. Oh, I'm not exactly, yeah, Joe shaking his head. Not sure he knows exactly what that was.
Yes, Vito coming, taking a look at the potting angle on this black. He's got to be a little mindful of that green pocket. Doesn't want to go in off. Oh, well struck.
There we
And
go.
should pull up before it hits the bottom of any other pocket. So Vito
Well,
Guapo
I
takes
mean,
that for a black ball respot.
typically, Dave, we don't see players pull balls out on the table until the white stops. There was no danger of it going in. But if one of those reds had touched the white while it's still in motion, even though there was no danger of it going in, what would a ref, or I know a ref wouldn't have let that happen, but what would be the call there?
Yeah, Joe could have called a foul there.
Yeah,
And where would you dispute that?
I guess that would have been the frame
Mm-hmm.
for Joe, because foul on the black, frame's over. So, I mean, I can see why they didn't call a foul, because normally when the white's in motion, you don't put balls on the table, but they both know each other. Nobody in this event's going to call that. But, I mean, if you pull balls out on the table and you're doing it, and sometimes they slip out of your hands or and touch the white while it's still in motion, case could be made to head referee Kevin Patrick that, like I said, it could have been a foul. So Vito's got to be a little bit more mindful, a little bit more conscious. Same thing could be said, Dave, if the ball was still in motion, if he had just swiped it away with his cue back up the table. Definite foul.
And as Joe breaks off in frame two, just responding to our friend R. Byrne. Not sure if they're any relation to David Byrne, but wondering about the payouts for this event. Well, if you're able to be the winner of the national event here in Canada, you'll take home $2,800. Runner-up gets $2,000. Third and fourth place, well, basically the two semifinal losers will get $1,100. Fifth to eighth will get $600. Ninth to 16, $300, and a high break prize. Vito in line for it right now with a 91 gets $250. And we did have two ladies in the tournament, Simone Lloyd and Anita Chan. Always good to see those two competitors come in. Oh, don't think that was Joe's favorite safety shot. Did he get a reprieve by touching that red? He's got to be able to see the top red of the three triangle above the black. Although I'm far away from that gentleman. I'm not sure if he's napping or he's making a passageway into the afterlife.
Well, it could be looking something on his phone behind the case. Well, we're going to simply concentrate on the two matters at hand. And Presley has come over. Last thing I'm going to say about it is Presley's come over, made sure everybody's okay, and he was just had his head down. More importantly, are the two players at the table, Vito Puopolo leading Joe Politz 1-0 in this best of 5.
Oh, and Vito's gifted Joe a great opportunity there. You can just see lifting his hand, fingers spread out, frustration, annoyance.
Yeah, Vito's one of those players that always wants to play well, and when he doesn't, or when something like that happens, an unforced error, sometimes it's hard for him to let it go. Things like this, we're amateurs, we're not professionals. They will happen. It's just a matter of how he responds to it going forward.
Well, he's okay. He's fortunate enough with that red near the green pocket. After this blue, he can float up for that. Blue definitely thought about it, but did drop. He can get past that screen. Red into the left middle bag. Nice cannon into that red to hold for pink or black. Might be the better option as it's a more straighter shot. They can draw back for that red just below the pack.
Yeah.
You're pulling my leg a little bit there, Arburn. They're saying David Byrne of the Talking Heads, you have no relation, but a family friends? If you're a music buff, David Byrne, I'm not just saying that because I'm David Byrne, but David Byrne puts on quite a show. Well worth the price of admission.
Yeah, well, Joe's moving along pretty smooth here. Not ideal on this red, but the pot is still on. May have one. You haven't looked to red just to the left at the top of the bunch, to the right center. Still on this red at the bottom of the bunch. Dave, if he just rolls this in, I think he's going to just nudge the other red. However, I'm not sure. I do believe the black still pots to that left corner. Oh boy, what's he done?
That's a thin cut for Vito. And Arburn, just to close up that conversation, that's pretty cool about your dad and David Byrne jamming out, because David Byrne did live in Canada for a few years when his family came over from Scotland before moving to America. Oh, that little fortunate flick off the yellow didn't put Vito's cue ball into the left middle bag. great angle on the blue to open up the reds. So pink being on the bottom of the reds makes a substantial break. It's just a little bit more difficult. So we got a 1 frame advantage. Trailing though in this frame only by 10 points.
Oh my goodness.
It doesn't get the blue. He gets the safe from the blue. Oh, but there is a red to top right corner for Joe.
Yeah, and it's unclear from here, Dave. That black, if it goes past the red in the left corner, it might go in off. But if it goes clear, Joe's got the red to the right corner.
Yeah, if he's going to take that pot on, I feel like he's got to play up for bulk. It's just such a
He's going long distance for this red to the left corner. He's going up and down. Oh, he looked at it, may have thought better of it. So perhaps the block doesn't go. Oh boy. What a shot. He's playing aggressive here. Looks good as he got the pace.
well done.
Wow. Well, if you don't know Joe Pulis before, you will definitely know him now, fans. That was an incredible play there.
Oh, how often do we see it? A player pulls off a phenomenal shot and then the next shot right after they falter. Sometimes just take that extra lap around the table. Just calm yourself down. Adrenaline would have been pumping after that last shot. It was quite a shot there by Joe.
Yeah, I think, Vito's struggling a bit. I mean, so is Joe, but Vito, he's not there. He barely won that first frame. Made an error with the blue. But after this frame, I'm pretty sure Vito will take a personal comfort break and see if he can refocus himself. All Joe needs to do is be patient, and he's got lots of that. Oh, he's missed the ball.
That's what you can't do at this stage of the tournament, is unforced errors. You know, we are commenting on that. That's not vintage Vito. He is struggling, but sooner or later he might wake up, and
Yes.
Joe could be sitting for quite a while.
That's the one thing about Vito. Even when he's not playing his best, he's still highly determined.
Very dangerous. I might just glance off this brown and get close to the Sprite colors over there. Taking away this thin snick on the top red of the cluster of 7. So I'll just flick off that topmost red. Bringing the coin down to Mark. We can just come off one cushion and gently roll into the pack. I would kind of erase down there a little bit quicker there, Vito, on that last one. I just came up short, but Definitely was very close. Well done with attempt number 2.
Yeah, well, again, this frame is close. Only 2 points in it. Joe leading 22-20. Important frame for him, Dave. Doesn't want to fall 2 frames down in a best of 5. What a putt there by Mr. Pullitz. So not much to do here, Dave. Just secure the points. No real angle on any color to open the red. I mean, there is a red at the right of the bunch that will go to the top right corner. Can't really get there easily from the black. If he takes the blue, he might. It's a long blue. Yeah, Joe's got to be careful here not to inject too much pace. He has a tendency to cue across the white. Oh, great effort, but I was surprised he could actually get that much from that angle.
Yeah, it's going to be a little hiccup as that red is blocking the pawning angle for that red that's out in the open, the red that he's touching ball to, that he's announced to his opponent.
Okay, so naturally a touching ball there. So Joe was allowed to shoot away. He didn't miss it like earlier. I think he's learned his lesson on that one. Joe's got to maintain his focus, keep his patience. He knows that Vito, he can see Vito struggling a little bit, but if he gives Vito an opportunity, that little bit of struggle that Vito's going through will slowly but surely, well, it'll disappear.
Yeah, a long stem rose right here for Joe, and distance between those two reds making the plant more difficult.
Well, hasn't completely gotten away with it. Vito's got a putt in the corner, putt to left middle as well. But that cue ball, it's going to increase the difficulty, make it a little bit more challenging, make it harder to control the white. Yeah, so much he doesn't really like anything, really. You know, he could play thin off the bunch back into the bulkhead as well if he doesn't like any of these putts. And I think that might be going forward, you know, open the reds a little bit, see if you can get the white safe after you've opened them, and try and force an error. Try and make something happen. Because Joe is quite comfortable going back and forth. Just taking off the pack, keeping them tight. He doesn't want them open against Vito.
But he might be soloing out this red that he just hit. Thin cut into the top left corner. It is on for Vito. He's the thin cut. He'll be shooting back into the bulk area.
Yeah, he's got to make a decision how he wants to play this.
Opting not to take it on. Trying to get behind that brown. Just off.
Yeah, like I said, Joe's quite comfortable. He knows how good Vito is, and he's giving him that respect. So Joe will go along with the play, keeping them tight. Doesn't want to disturb anything. He will, take his few points here and there and chip away at this frame. Well, isn't that unfortunate?
Vito is in business here.
Yeah, nicely on the block. So Vito looking good here. Now he's got a great pot on this red to play for a position to go into the bunch. It's a good opportunity. Doesn't necessarily have to. He's still got an open red, of course. Oh my goodness. Wow.
Just wonder if Vito might be distracted by something. Just looking at him off the table, his body language is kind of. Obviously, no snooker player is grinning ear to ear while they're sitting down.
Yes. Welcome back, Master Damage. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Glad you could rejoin us. This is a knockout match, round of 32. Joe doing well to nurse that 38 to 28 10-point lead. Massive damage. We're doing well. Hope you're having a great day.
Yes, Master Damage. It has been quite busy last few weeks. Gone through a couple time zones, a few tournaments, but lots of fun.
Yeah, and Michael Cannon is back. Welcome back, sir. Yeah, Steve West, or Westy, doing well. How are we holding up? Well, I think we're holding up pretty good, Dave. I mean, we're seated, we're comfortable. We've got our beverages, coffee, tea, water, whatever that may be.
As he tempted Vito, long red, the top left corner. He's got a little ankle that he can come through, come off the cushion on that. Yeah, showing a little frustration. Hands going up, praying to the gods. Something has rattled Vito here. Joe, a very calm, cool, collective individual.
Yes.
Look like much is bothering him, and he might feed off that little bit of negative emotion that his opponent has. Yeah, you gotta push away those negative thoughts. Know that you're a past national champion. It might not just be pawning well right now, but it will come back. There we go.
Needs a bounce. Oh, and he just about got it too. Really have to kind of force the white into that one. But this could be turned into a great scoring chance. He's had some missteps, so hopefully he's gotten over that. Yeah. Simply keep it simple from here on out, Dave. And Vito will be in good standing for frame 2.
And this will definitely help his confidence if he can put a good break together.
Absolutely.
He was just a little concerned, thought someone on the adjacent table was beside him. Kind of freaked out like he saw a ghost.
Yeah. Well, you know there's another match there sometimes, and sometimes you just get that slight feeling.
Yeah, someone's behind you. Or is it, as we said, the ghost of Bill Urbanek could be in the corner bank?
Very much so. Well, Joe nursed that lead he had fairly well up until this point. And Vito's only on a break of 17. He's only, well, he's 7 points in front. Looking to make it more for his game. Needs to capture these last 2 reds and colors. Oh boy. Oh, that's
Nice.
not bad.
Done to recover there. He wanted to be a little low on the black, so the natural angle would take him up to be in this position for the red. Using great cue power to draw it back into this position. So starting to see the Vito that we know.
Yes. the beast has been woken. You know, Dave, he's one of the players back in the day when we used to play the Monday Night Six Red tournaments and all the events back then. I used to play in everything I could get my hands into, and I would always pray every time I saw Vito walk in, I'd put my hands together and say, please don't want to play this man in the first round. He was that dangerous. I've always liked him, never wanted to play him.
Just came over to the scoreboard. Take a look. Leading by 22 with 35 on the table. And great weighted shot. Nicely just behind that black. Well played, snooker. Yeah, that's the damage asking this guy really tall or is the cue really short? He's not one of the taller players on the circuit, so he might just be playing with a shorter cue. It really comes down to a comfort level.
Well, I think it's for Joe, it's all come down to this. He's going to have, if he doesn't get it, he's going to have a couple attempts. Oh, this might work out. This might work out. Oh, I think it's worked out. Not for position, but you know what? He didn't leave it. So 21 down. Still in the frame. Vito's just watching. Yeah, you know, there's value in Joe playing the pink. He could, if he wants to play a somewhat aggressive defensive, he can play the green, chip off the green, and possibly get that white behind the black. The green will be off the cushion because he needs all the colors. Even if he pots the yellow.
I
Right?
think he thought the yellow was in there.
Oh, definitely thought the yellow was in. But I think he may have missed a trick there. If he had a good line from my view to get that white off the green, behind the black. Green's now not on the cushion. And yeah, could have got a good snooker there.
And then turn, Vito puts him in a snooker.
Yeah, see, this game is all about choices. And when to make those choices. So 21. So Joe, if Joe doesn't hit it, well, it depends on what he hits, of course. If he hits the black, it won't go back. If he hits the pink, it can go back. If it's nothing, definitely will go back. Or not, it's going to be a free ball and he's on the pink. Vito's definitely taking this pink.
Yeah, just slide it in delicately and be on the yellow to the opposite corner pocket.
Yeah, so 23 in front. Still requires a yellow, of course. Oh, just trying to get it underneath it, Dave. But no pot on. I don't expect Vito to try anything crazy except get that white tucked close to that black. 25 to the good now. Still 27 on.
It's got to start moving.
No,
Doesn't
well,
have the snooker.
I don't see Joe being too adventurous here. He's got to get the object ball safe. Not so concerned about the white at this stage. But if he's still in the mood, he may take the pot on. Yeah. Took the pot on with the element of safety in mind, of course.
Doesn't have the cover on the yellow, and it is open into the left middle. But Vito not pressing too hard, playing good granite snooker. Not giving his opponent an inch. So he trails just by 27 points. Joe can run the colors and force another black ball respot.
No. 25 in front. There might be value in attempting the double here, especially where the green is sitting. Yeah, if he hit it harder, it was a pretty good line. Well, he's got the snooker anyway, but the snooker wasn't guaranteed. He's done a good job to manage it, however. Needs a hit. So close.
Ooh, and a free ball is going to be the result of Joe's shot there.
Yeah, free
Vito's
ball.
up. Vito has the option to put Joe back in there.
Yeah, which might not be a bad option from here. But Vito will keep control.
And he's just making sure he has his opponent's attention, telling him he's nominating the black to be the yellow.
Well, looking more and more like it's going to be 2-0, and Joe concedes. So it is 2-0 for Mr. Vito Puopolo in this best-of-5 round of 32 knockout, Dave.
Players will just have a short little break, and we should be back in action on this table in about 5 to 10 minutes. these gentlemen took a little shorter of a mid-session interval kind of break, as Canadian rules state in the Canadian National Tournament that a player cannot win out at one session. There must be at least, we thought, a 5 to 10 minute break. Maybe a 5-minute break would be great, just so Joe can maybe recoup, collect his thoughts, think of a game plan. Still hasn't got his first frame of the match. Desperately needs that. Yeah, the one little hiccup I see with Joe is just the pace for some of these safety shots. He doesn't get deep enough. Just slowly gets to the blue. But he's a crafty tactical player. Can't really cakewalk himself into the knockout phase. It's 8 groups, 7 players. You got 6 matches you got to get through. And Vito right back into things. A little pacey there. And gingerly roll this black into the top left corner. Be a little low on that red near the top cushion. Pop up for a black again. So. Yeah, just a little out of position, just served him a bit. He has to win. He'll have a decent layover. Second half of the round of 32 will commence tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. 9:30 a.m. Joe unfortunately misses. Gifted a chance for Vito here. Wanted a bit more pace on that, get a little closer to the cue ball. A nice trajectory. Come down, fire into that pink. Oh, and goes in off the pack. Yeah, he had an idea that he wanted to open up the pack, but just didn't work out for him. just completely missed it there. Joe can put him back if he likes. Vito trying to be very thin on this open red on the right side. He's successful there, but he's gone in off. While they reset that table there, just running around the room to see what the updates on the scores are. Obviously, if you're at home, you can go to cloudsnooker.com, cloudsnooker.com. Jonathan Wallace is up 21-6 in the second frame, but trailing Christopher Wood 1 frame to nil. Looks like the young Jesse Fox, all the way from Ottawa, is up a frame, but it looks not good in the second frame as he trails Andre Waugh 60-19. Just 3 reds left on the table. Phil Snake and Fern Loyer, they're at 2-1 at their little break there. Fern ahead of the man from Oshawa. Jaekyung Kwan and Gerard Morrison tied 1 apiece, and Gerard has a slim advantage in the third frame, 41-33. Elias Hamadi taking on Amir Sadiq is up 3-0, or 2-0, I should say, in the match, but Elias is trailing Amar 39-3 in that third. A very important frame for Amar to stay alive and keep his chances of being a national champion. Winnipeg's very own Blake Martell is tied with Floyd Ziegler 1 frame apiece. They're in their third, and Blake is up 45-16 in that frame. And Scott Zhu taking on Jim Goulet. He is leading. Steve is leading, or Scott, I should say. My apologies, leading 2-0. They're in their third frame, down to the last 4 colored balls, and Jim is leading 55-42. Those are the updates from around the room. This is our featured match with Vito Puopolo taking on Joe Blutz. Joe got a slim advantage in this third frame, 19-10. But Vito is ahead in the match, 2 frames to nil. Joe might have a little shot to nothing here. Well, at least he found the gap. Thought he might be a bit closer. Not a successful safety shot there by Vito. He's gifted a couple of reds. Looks like 1 atop B3, just above the black. There's obviously a red in the top right corner. As well, looked like there was a red 2 left middle. That red there with that drawback. Let's put him on the black into the left middle. And if Joe can just stun into that black, he should be able to hold for the rightmost red in that little triangle close to the pink spot. Oh, has certainly thought about it. It's a couple. I saw Vito actually wrestle with that middle pocket as he had a shot in there and it spat it out, but not for Joe's case. It rattled around a little bit, but finally dropped. He's all right because he's got that red near the green pocket. It's okay, that little flick on the green, still on the blue. Does even have the pink if he likes. That's the top right corner. So nicely. Red top left corner just below the pink. Tricky here is cue ball close to that right cushion. Simply can't do much with the cue ball. No, Gio's got a choice of two long reds. One above the pink, the one sitting close to that top right corner. That one thought about it, but act like a jackhammer, just opening up the pocket a little bit more and drops. Vito trailing in this frame. The balls are there that he can slowly climb back into it. Doesn't like the pink, so just coming out to black, put his cue ball into the bulk area. Again, Vito with another mid to long range red. Should be on a bulk color if he's successful. Yeah, it's the easiest shot, but he hasn't sold anything out. I think easy. Yeah, I can't really flip off any of these 3 reds below the pink, so can't get into that red along the top cushion. So if you get that one red on the right cushion, closest one to cue ball, such a way they can find the gap there, but not electing for that. Potted by Vito. Might be a bit straight on this green. Love a little bit of an angle. Just on the lower side, it could float down these 3 reds below the pink. All of them will go into the top left corner. Looks like the top and the bottom of these 3. Definitely the top for sure will go into the right middle. Harburn, yes, this is open to any Canadian citizen. They're asking, can anyone enter this, or are there qualifiers? Yeah, the CBSA is in a little bit of reconstruction because it used to have spots allocated for provinces that people could come in a certain amount, and then anyone else. Once those spots get filled, I think they had more spots in the tournament, so anyone could jump in. People really like to play and like to get in it, but obviously it comes down to time and the support behind the scenes. I think we might start to see some qualifiers, but some jurisdictions have provincial championships, and those enable players to get in. As usually the CBSA grants entry to those provincial champs. And also, just a scheduling note, I just checked with our co-tournament director, Jim White. 10 a.m. we'll be starting tomorrow. So half an hour later than we're usually starting, but 10 a.m. is when we get back here live. So we still have a bit of snooker to go. But just wanted to make sure everyone's aware of that. Getting in the evening here at Corner Bank. It's Friday night, around 7:30 here in Scarborough. So it's getting a little more partier atmosphere. Hopefully, as we're seeing the increase in popularity in snooker in this great country, we can go back to actual venues, the conference hall in a hotel. Would be nice, but these tables are pretty tricky to move. All of them are equipped with 5 pieces of 300-pound slate. So you kind of need a team to move the slate and the legs and the cushions. And then you need a skilled mechanic to put it all together. And that can come down to dollars and cents. That's an all right little push for Vito there. Let's go the angle just to get behind that red, below the black. Oh, I thought about it. Joe slowly putting the work together. Be a tough red to continue the break going. Yeah, Mr. Chinton thinking about changing to hay ball. It's quite a popular sport, getting a lot of attraction, very popular in China. They have very high prize pots. Yeah, another long but tricky red for Vito. The red on for Joe, so looking good in this third frame for Vito. Joe can get this frame with his first on the board. He'll feel like he's in the match. He's at an important fourth frame, one that Joe definitely needs to take as well to put us into a decider.
Joe just narrowly missing that pink, but he's leading 26, one red remaining. But Vito is still dangerous at any time. Okay, where's this red? Oh boy, I think it's on.
Yeah, just by a whisker, it looks like.
Have a quick look.
A bit straight, there might be a touch of angle that he can stun up with the yellow. Yeah.
So 33 the difference. So I'm going to try and knock this yellow close to the green pocket. Or leave the white on the top cushion. You know, he could have taken it on as a shot to nothing. Put this frame further out of Vito's reach. Oh, got by the blue.
And he's got the snooker. Yeah, you don't want to give Vito a chance. Trailing by 33, 27 on, just needs a couple of snookers.
I mean, yeah, the safety there that Joe attempted was decent, but he also had pretty much a shot on the yellow. Oh, he just got it. Two snookers required. I don't think that's going to get there, Dave. Vito backing away, willing that yellow to carry on. You know, it's a long pot. I think Joe's got to go for it here. You know, control his white first and foremost. Just in case he doesn't get the pot, he keeps that white in the bulk area. Yep, just like that will do. Oh, that's timely.
Oh, it's not the ping. That's a concession there.
Yes, it is.
So, Mr. Joe grabs a frame and gets himself into this match, only trailing 2-1. Just feel like Vito's reeling a little bit. Hopefully he can find something and put this match to bed 3-1, but Joe's going to battle it out. One of the oldest competitors in the tournament.
Well, Joe's a fighter, Dave, and he knows he's been in every frame with a chance to win the first two frames. Certainly the first one on that respot. So winning this third frame, staying in the match, might boost his confidence just a little bit. So somebody has to be down 2-1. Right now it's Joe. So that two frame advantage really isn't that significant at this moment. So Vito up 2 frames to 1 once they adjust the score with 2 to play. Vito looking to reach tomorrow's top 16.
Yeah, both players just stepping away for a little comfort break.
They have. So we're going to transition over to our secondary camera with Chris Wood and John Wallace. Chris Wood leading 1-0. But here in the, late in the second, John is up by 11, 40-29, with 22 on. And don't worry, friends, as soon as Vito and Joe resume, we'll go right back to that one. So Joe has returned, just waiting on Vito. Chris Wood, another former champion, Dave.
Chris Wood was a Canadian national champion.
I believe so.
That looks like all the way back in 1992. So
Yes.
he's had a long absence away from the winning circle.
All right,
So
Vito has returned, so we will be going back to our feature match. We'll keep you apprised of Chris and John. Joe to break here in the fourth. Well, I think Vito needs to be a little bit more focused, a little bit more attacking. Can't get sucked into playing Joe's patient, grinding safety play. Almost gets you into a hypnotic state at times. Oh, that's not going to, oh, he's left one right through the gap. Joe can pot this red right corner. Black's waiting. So we can see several reds in the open. Joe doesn't need to go in the bunch. So it's a great opportunity here for him.
Yeah, Vito's just having a stern talk to himself, just muttering in his chair. Something's got to be creeped in his mind. It just seems off. No disrespect to Vito. Love watching him play when he's in. He's a smooth player, but it just seems like something's going on. I hope he's doing all right. But Joe, awfully hope he's spinning around and can take this match. He's got a little hill to climb. I'll see if he's take this frame. It'll put us to a decider, and then all bets are off.
Oh boy. Wow. Did not see that one coming. He didn't hit the block too good. You know, from where he was, he could have used the red that's to the right of the white right now to stay on the red to left corner, but didn't strike it very well. So this is going to afford Vito the same opportunity that Joe just had.
Yeah, this is just going to boost again Vito's confidence. We did see it in the first frame when he was struggling a little bit. Came out with a little small break, and that helped him to propel. Well, they did go to a black ball respot. Let Joe back in. If he could put something together here.
Yeah, I mean, Vito, like I said at the start of this match, Dave, on paper, he's the favorite. Joe certainly's got the tools to get the job done. But if Vito can somehow win this match, he knows he's got to play better than this going forward because the competition is only going to get tougher. But right now, Vito's got to be just not thinking about any future matches. He's got to worry about this particular match and getting out of here first.
Just don't know if he has the angle on this red just to run through and clip off the bottom of the pack to hold for the black. Just might be too low.
Yeah, but if he draws back off the bunch. Oh, no draw. Bit of a blind shot here, but not much else he could do. I'm sure he's a little disappointed at the moment, but needs to be patient, take what comes to him. You know, and Joe's got a way about his game at times that he lulls you into playing his style of play. And as we all learn when we're growing up, is to play our own games despite what our opponents are doing. But Joe's very good. If he wants to keep the Reds tight, he'll keep them tight. And he's more than patient enough to trade safeties back and forth. And Vito's he's a great potter. The edge that he's got over Joe is that his long ball right now is normally on average better than Joe. Joe can still pot them, but not as consistently as Vito can. So Vito gets a long one. And he can get positioned quite easily, then he definitely needs to take them on. This could be an opportunity for Joe. The long red, or the red down the cushion. He attempts this red without a whole lot of weight. If he doesn't make it, might not leave anything too easy. Nope, just dumping the white on the cushion or attempting to get there.
Yeah, Vito's got a good cue ball, but Joe trusts the table. So if he just rolls it towards this red, the top right corner, slow enough he can flip off of it and hold for the black.
Yeah, that's going to be difficult for Joe from here. Play the pot, yes, but holding for the black. Yeah. So good pot, good choice. May not have position, but more importantly, Dave, he's got control of the table at the moment.
Joe has no problem grinding at his opponent. And Andre Couture, 2137. Well, we have a few cameras in the room, but unfortunately they don't reach to the Phil Snake Fern Loyer match. So you'll have to follow it, cloudsnooker.com, lousnooker.com. They do have the live scoring app, so you're not completely in the dark there. Ooh, this could be a costly mistake here for Joe. There's a pathway there past that red for the red. Just by the top left corner. Vito's going to need to use the rest. I'd like to have cannoned into that red to hold for the black. All right. He's got alt colors available. Pink is relatively safe, so it's out of the question for a while.
Vito holding on to that 18-2, 16-point lead, looking to add to it here. Okay, that's not bad at all.
It's a great flick on that red. He's got the red right of the black. Black into the opposite corner pocket. Another red there. This is game on for Vito. This is what he needs. Something to just boost the spirits here. He's just this red will go just above the black, and the black ball gets respotted. When you play it like that, it certainly will go. There was a path. Maybe there wasn't actually, just on second glance. That black actually might block that red going to the top right, so smart shot on that last one by Vito on that black to get on this side of this red.
Vito doing well here. 39-2 in front. 37-point advantage here in the fourth. Looking to close this match out. Now, Dave, this is where Vito can be dangerous. He's on the wrong side of the blue, of course, unfortunately, but he is going to, if he doesn't get position and putt another red after this blue, he is going to be very difficult for Joe in this frame. So
Yep.
Vito seems
Red.
to have come alive a little bit.
Red to the left of the cluster in the middle will go to top right. He does have a tricky pot. He's eyeing up this red along the left cushion.
Wow. Slim chance for Joe Pullitz. 43 points down now. But the door is still open a crack, Dave. Wow, Phil Snake, Fern Loyer tied at 2 frames apiece. Phil leading 27-0. Wow. Good little rub for Vito here. Yeah, so doesn't really want to have to play the one on the right cushion. It's gonna need
Still.
Sorry, Dave, go ahead.
Anyone's frame here, so 75 points on. Although Joe trails by 43. One quick swoop and he could be right back in it.
Especially now where that block is sitting. Yeah, Vito would love nothing more than to keep things, or keep those group of 4 together.
Well, he's got a nasty result here. Oh, Joe, I'm afraid for you.
You know, there's a billiard shot here. If Joe plays the white into the bottom cushion, he can use the cushion because he's not jumping over the black ball directly. He can play the white into the cushion, and the white will jump over it for the red on the top cushion. It won't leave anything safe, but it would be wildly entertaining. More than likely, Joe just going to try and nestle up to the reds here.
It's done well, executed very nicely.
Yeah, the shot I was describing was very unlikely. Well, Joe's got a long one. It'll get him to the block, Dave. That group of reds is, well, if he manages the white, he can maneuver around them. Well, a couple blocks will get him right back in it. Oh, where's this red going? It's going to hold up right in front of the pocket.
Yeah. You can't gift your opponent, especially the likes of Vito Puopolo, a shot like this, an easy starter. Oh, oh
boy.
my.
What has happened there?
Wow.
Wow, it's amazing.
This left middle bag really has refused a few pots for Vito in this match. After this match gets finished, by the time Home Depot is still open, because he's going to get a jack hammer to pry it open.
Well, Dave, I'm not too sure, but I do believe the rain has started in my area anyway. So clouds have rolled in. So tomorrow should be free and clear and should be a nice day. Without too many network interruptions, I hope. But as it stands, 43-2, Vito looking to close this match out. Sorry, with a 45-2, 43 advantage. 6 reds remaining, still 75 on for Joe if he can get in. I wonder if Vito's eyeing this 2-ball plant to the top left corner. Might not, you know, might not be a terrible idea if he plays it with some draw to the back cushion. If he pots it, he's on the block. If he doesn't pot it, he's got a good white. Oh boy. Still played the 2 reds, just not in the direction we thought he was going to.
And putting those reds down into the bulkhead is going to help Vito. Tough for Joe to score heavily when you're just
Absolutely.
dealing with the bulk colors.
Oh. Joe likes his banks. Having a good long look at that cross double. Oh, it's aggressive. He's down 2-1. He's trailing by 43. On the verge of being knocked out. Possibly going for it all here. Look at the white.
Oh, colossal, that hurts. Red goes off the table, sacrifices the 4 points on the penalty, and giving Vito ball in hand in the D. Few reds up there. It's looking grim for Joe.
Yeah, I mean, if he hadn't pot, plus he's potted the red, so he's taken 8 points, a possible 8-point score away from himself. And he lost 4 points to boot, so it's looking grim. Joe is a little upset. He hasn't even updated the score as of yet. But it is Vito 49, Joe 2. Joe trailing Vito by 47. I don't see Vito faulting here.
Okay. But maybe just play around with the bulk colors in those 2 other reds, but really putting the nail in the coffin here, coming down for black.
Oh boy. I don't think he can get to the red to left center. Yeah, he came down this end, left the 2 reds up there because he had the angle to come down here, clear this up, instead of hanging around there, coming back down here, clearing up here, and then maneuvering back up. But that being said, it's gone wrong.
Yeah, so golden opportunity there for Vito to frame and match.
And if I score it, still, he only needed 1 more red and a color. 51 in front, 59 on. I know Joe doesn't like it, but the red down the left cushion will get him to the block. If he's thinking about potting one of these reds into right middle, I think he's, it's almost desperation time. He may have to throw caution into the wind, play the red down the cushion. But Could play the top red of the two here, the one closest to the right corner. Try and get a snooker behind the brown green. But he's played the pot. All right, well, I guess now is the time for the snooker. So Vito, wow, Joe doesn't pot a color. 50 points in front with 51 on, so only a red needed.
Well judged pace shot there. Pink is a saving grace for Vito over there on the left side, so just gonna feel like he just needs to hit that red ball. Oh, he's brought that pink out to play.
That was the only thing about Joe potting that red, is that now he needs 3 blocks, all the colors, to win by a point. So that's why I'd mentioned if he was going to go for a pot, the one down the left side, yeah, more than likely if he didn't get it, he would have lost right then and there, but he's playing it. Has he looked at the score? Because if he potted that, he'd have the pink, and then he could only tie with 2 blocks. Instead, he's left it for Vito. Snooker's now required. Oh, Dave, I'm pretty sure I'll hear all about this match next time I see Joe over at Monte Carlo. But Vito, pretty sure will advance. 57 to the good, 43 on. And that should close the door on this match, folks. However, stay tuned. At the conclusion of this one, folks, we will slide left of you for the finish of Christopher Wood and Jonathan Wallace.
I'd just like to get this red just to make sure. Where Joe been around for a long time. Yes,
Yeah,
it's starting
Joe's
to back
already
up.
starting to undo his cue a little bit.
That red miss. There's handshakes. Vito Puopolo moving on to the round of 16 with a 3-1 frame victory. And yes, as Rob said, we'll just slide to our left and check out how John Wallace and Chris Wood are doing.
Well, at the moment, Chris Wood leads John Wallace 2 frames to 0, best of 5. And he's got a 21 to 1 point advantage here in the third. Chris Wood, a very good tactical player. This might, we have one more table, folks, that we could switch to if time allows, of course. That would be the match between Andre Watt and Jesse Fox, currently sitting at 2-1 for Andre. And he's up 25 to 0 in the fourth. However, we are going to stay here for the conclusion of this match, whether it ends after this frame. But if Andre and Jesse are still going at the conclusion of Chris and John, we will swing over. And then we will be, well, we'll be done for the day, actually. So John Wallace behind the proverbial 8 ball, as it were, 2-0 down. Not in position on this red, of course, but now 13 behind, 21-8.
Yeah, John electing for the Redwoods. Nicely get behind the yellow here and put Chris in a bit of trouble.
Oh, yeah. Down 2-0, definitely needs to.
Just hit a bit too much.
Yeah, he's okay. I don't mind that too much because he's got a good white. Even if Chris could still see that red, it's nothing easy or straightforward.
Very fortunate to get the hit off the horn of the cushion on the left side, the right side, I should say.
Yeah. And Dave, I just got confirmation, a programming note, as it were, that the start time, according to Jim Weich, is 10 a.m., not 9:30. It's 10 a.m., folks. So you can get to stay in bed a little bit longer, but do come back for knockout day. Round of, well, there'll be 8 matches at the round of 32. Then we'll play down to the top 4 for Sunday. So 10 a.m. start, folks.
John needs the cover. Looks like he's okay. A little containing safety here by Chris. Coming out the left side of that red. It's just near the pink spot. Oh, some swerve in there.
Yeah. Well, he can get back the ball off the red just above the black spot. But he's gonna need to get coverage. There's, there's a gap to the red closest to the left corner. So he's got to be mindful of that. I think John's waiting for I think Jesse Fox in the other match to move out of his eye line, but sometimes not much can be helped. There's always going to be some kind of movement. Andre Wall, of course, in match with Jesse, and Jonathan's got a good white. I don't think Chris can see that first red directly in the line, just down from the pink.
Yeah, might
So
be able to take that top red that's close to the left cushion, head onto the right side, past the red and black, couple cushions, zoom back into bulk. A little tough just with that cue ball tight against the bulk cushion.
of course, the other option is just to play off 1-2 cushions and tuck up behind that red. Because getting back to bulk, it can be a bit challenging. It can go wrong. Well, I think he's played that fairly good. A lot of pace.
Yeah, he's got a little of a result as John is hampered by the pink. Just a slim 13 points in it. Christopher Wood ahead of Jonathan Wallace. Chris does have a on red. I almost feel the one just below the green. I think he's got the path to the potting angle for it. He wants to take a pot on, just that's a little bit more comfortable as he doesn't have to negotiate. As you can see, it's a little awkward bridge. That brown and pink, brown and yellow, I should say, getting in his way. How's everything going to end up here for John? It's tough to tell as Jesse Fox surveys his shot, but as you can see, just left of Jesse, those two reds close together. The top one will go into the left corner pocket.
Yeah. Well, Dave, that was a good example of why we don't use this as our main featured table. Because where the camera had to be installed to get this view also captures a player standing at the bulkhead. Now, Chris nominated the yellow. Yeah, Chris is he's a crafty veteran. Thought he would hit that a little bit more thick, try and get a snooker, but perhaps the table took it just a little bit, or a touch of unwanted side can always occur. Or perhaps he wants to give John a red to look at. Sometimes with a snooker, player can just nudge up to a red and you got nothing. Giving him direct access to a red might be a little bit more beneficial at times.
It's probably the only red John is going to leave on. But blues come to spoil that plan.
Yeah. So Chris still holding on to that 13-point lead. Or, pardon me, 14-point lead. Yeah, Chris Woods is quite happy not doing anything extravagant. He's waiting for John to come at him. He's got 2-0 up. He's up in points, so he won't be taking any chances.
Which is red ran a little bit to give Chris a shot to pot this red into the green pocket. He's got a good angle on this pink into the right middle. Can disturb some of these 4 reds along the top cushion.
Yeah, I think he's having to look at, is that a 3-ball plant? There's a fair distance in between them. I kind of like your shot, Dave. If he's got the correct angle, of course. You know, the last thing he wants to do is not pot the pink and open the reds.
It's going blue or pink, going back and forth. It's all right to think about it when you're haven't seen the table. But when you're down on it, you got to think of that shot ahead. Can't think of that other one.
Yeah, you got to commit to one thing or the other, but whatever it is, you got to be all in. Oh boy. Wow. Lucky for Chris, didn't totally disturb things, but like I said, John will have a look at these 2 reds here, see if he can, if there's any possibility of making them into a plant, he'll take it on. Otherwise, this white is going back to the bulkhead. Does this red pass underneath? Oh boy, it did too. Well spotted. So the door's still open with that red.
And John hit it nicely with pace. If it did rattle and not go into the pocket, probably would have shot things out. Looks like Andre Waugh has defeated Jesse Fox.
Yes, he has. So, yeah, Dave, that would make this our last match of our broadcast today.
Jesse made it into the knockout phase. Good accomplishment for this youngster. Full of style. But he'll definitely be back. Nothing to shrug at. He and Charus, two players from Ottawa, I'm going to keep my eye on. Some young players, definitely look strong. They couldn't go deep in the tournament, but snooker is a sport of sometimes you have to lose to learn how to win. Right now, John Wallace is holding on by a thread, trailing 2-0. He's at the table, but only trailing by 7 points here. Small little rugby score we've got going on, 23-16. Very clever by Chris, just coming down. I think he's got the snooker here.
Yeah, very crafty.
At least done well to hit a red, but he has popped out a red into the top right corner. It's a blind cut. Chris got to be mindful of the in-off into the right middle. Well, it's a bit funny for Chris. That yellow blocked his path for that pink into that pocket. Just the angle there. Looks like it will go in no matter what he does. Yeah, angle for the snooker. So John in a bit of trouble again. Now we've got a knowledgeable bunch in the chat. Looks like Chris Wood was only a couple players. Alex Begulian as well won the Canadian Snooker and Pool Championship in the same year.
Yes.
Didn't press the penalty points. So once again, another blind cut here for Chris Wood. Slowly inching to that winning line. Well, this time not opting for the blind cut. And to get the snooker with the green or blue, but does not have it. Here's how the path past the green. The potting angle for this red. It does look promising from this angle.
Yeah, but it's John's only 8 points down, Dave, so he's still in with a chance.
Ooh, splits the uprights right there, John Wallace. Or I don't know if he was fully wanting to pot that red. But Chris could be in a bit of trouble here. Kind of like to slowly head on the slightly left middle of the green. Be judged correctly on his pace. Another result, Elias MD has taken out Amir Sadiq.
Wow, that's a great win for him.
Yeah, on paper that definitely looks like an upset. But we've both been impressed by Elias's play, Rob and I. 6-point foul there. John's right back in it as he looked going to put him back. I'm going to put him back, reluctant to take on the yellow. It's relatively easy into its own pocket. It's okay on the green. Brown is in a tough position. Oh, great snooker there by John. Great eye.
Yeah, very nice. Well, this match is not over yet, but when it is, so will we. getting another frame. John now leading 25-24. Only 1 point in front, however. But it could be an important 1 point. Well, it's going to be a free ball, but John's not even entertaining the idea. You know, John's got Chris stuck, and stuck good he is. Let's see now. Chris needs to get this, or this frame could get away from him. Ooh, great attempt. I'm sorry, Dave?
He willed it. He was trying his best. Chris using all of his body language there. Rob, if you're a referee, what do you call that a miss there on that last attempt by Chris?
Well, based on the rules, yes. But whether not, I wouldn't call it an intentional miss. If we go back to the days when the miss rule wasn't a thing, there was called misses at times, but that's when the ref would deem that the player didn't have sufficient effort. Chris is playing this the same way. He's coming very close, so he's using sufficient effort. So would I call it a miss? No, but based on the rules, yeah, it's a mess. So it cost him a little bit. He's now trailing 37-24. John in front by 13. Still needs the brown, however, and it's not in an ideal position.
Now the rules do say, in the referee's opinion, if the player made a valiant attempt to get out of the snooker and just missed, a miss cannot be called at times. But it's a little tough when we don't have a referee at the table. Obviously, the opponent is acting as the ref. So I think we've made on the onset here that everything will be called a miss. It's just up to the sportsmanship of the players. If they're like, no, I'll play on from here. I'm not going to put you back because that was quite a valiant attempt.
Well, as we see in the WST, every time there's a miss, no matter how close, if snookers aren't required, and a player fails to make contact with the ball on, it's always called a miss. Or has been. But this frame continues, not over, far from it. John may have a go at this brown. Thin one, top left corner to stay in the match. Ooh, very close. Wow, Chris needs the 4 remaining colors, and he's got a good opportunity here. He's going to need a good pot, using the rest, of course. Just have a look for his extension. I believe he's found it.
Oh, just rattled off the jaw.
Oh, I can't believe he stretched that one out.
John led off.
Yeah, you know, Chris is a decent rest player too, so I thought he'd automatically grab the rest.
Big Brown right here in the top right corner. Wallace gearing up for it. Oh, blunders as well. Both players feeling it on this Brown. John maybe just a little bit more, knowing that any real costly miss could be his last and spoil his chances of being the Canadian national champion. Brown all right. Could Chris use the pink for cover here?
Yep. Still on the Brown. It's a lengthy one. Oh, and he's giving it up. Bad time for a double kick. Oh, that's going to make John breathe a little bit easier. He's still got to put everything into this. Make sure of the putt. And there we do.
And Blake Martell has dispatched a Floyd Ziegler by a scoreline of 3-2.
Wow. Good for him.
Jekjun Kwan has gotten rid of Gerard Morrison 3-1. So this is our only match left tonight, and it is on the stream.
Yeah, Chucky and Kwan is, you know, he can be a contender. He either plays really, really good or so-so. But he can be tough any time of the day. All right, so 44-29. John Wallace. Snookers required. John in front, of course, by 15. So John, or Dave rather, John's match here is the absolute last match of the day. There is no other alternatives. So, I mean, I don't know about you. I could go for another match. We won't. But I'm now even more excited for tomorrow's 10 a.m. start where we kick things off with another 8 matches in the round of 32. Big day. as we play down to the top 4.
And Chris, a few rotations off of getting that snooker he needs is behind the black.
Yeah, and the longer this pink stays on the table, the more opportunities Mr. Woods will have to get those penalty points, those foul points. Oh, how's the line? Looking intently, willing it on.
Just didn't get enough.
Trying to use his cue as a guide for that white. I've seen Chris come back from many snookers behind on the pink and win. So I wouldn't put it past him. Like I said, if this pink's still on the table, then he's still in with a chance. I mean, Chris stopped playing snooker for a while. Well, he played snooker, but not competitively. He went over to the pool side, the billiards, 8-ball, 9-ball, things like that of that nature. Did quite well. He's always known his angles on a snooker table. Carried that over into the pool side. So, as I said, if John's not careful, eventually Chris will get him. Nope. Missed the whole ball. Frame conceded. Goes to John Wallace, but it's Chris now with a 2-1 advantage. All right, folks, stay tuned. Next frame coming right up in just a few moments' time. Could be a very exciting end to our day. However, Rob Richards, David Burney in the booth will be here to the last ball. here we go. Fourth frame underway. Johnson was right back in the match now.
Yeah, it's important to get that first frame on the board. Oh, John.
Oh, that's not going to make him happy. All that effort from that last frame, Dave, might be for nothing here. Oh, has he gone too far? Oh boy. He might be just okay by the slimmest of margins. But if he's looking that close at it, suggests not. So John's gotten a little fortunate there.
And can he just graze off the pink here? Might not have that. So John let up. Careless safety shot that he had. Thought he might be sitting for a while, John, there, but it's dangerous. Potential in off here, glancing off the red. It's near the green. He's done well to hit the red below it. There could be a shot to nothing for Chris here. Those two reds on the right side, top one. Try and cut it into the top right corner. Find the path past the black. Two cushions. Oh, John. Chris just taking a look at this long red. Not fully sure. It's going to put him back.
Yes, he is. Well, that's not bad. That'll do. That'll do well. He's got a great white, Dave. Tucked close to that vault cushion.
Yeah, this blue just might come in his way if it's to take that red on the right side above the green. Come off the top cushion, the right cushion, dangerous. He could be close to that blue. Just went out for the containing safety and done a wonderful job.
Oh, he's got the snooker. If he's not snooker, he's got the outer edge of the red, farthest from the bunch. Not a great spot to be in. he had more than enough. Hard to see sometimes, Dave, of the exact angles. Players do have the best views.
Just as Chris thinks about this shot, just want to send a big happy birthday wishes to Bob Burney, 87 years young today. Hope you're doing all right out there in Tappan, British Columbia, enjoying your day. Much love to you, Pops. Hope you're doing well, and we'll see you soon when I get west of the Rocky Mountains.
Oh, well, we were looking for youth to play Q Sports, Dave, and right above playing pool is a youth. So there's hope yet. Oh, John went all out for that one. Kind of an odd pace to play that at. I mean, didn't make the pot, but he really wasn't getting anything out of it at that speed. He's left a slim chance here for Chris.
Yeah, this is going to open things up.
Yeah, he's nicely on the blue. Pretty good from where he was. So he's got to be careful with these, because as you said, the reds are starting to open. And doesn't want to provide a chance for his opponent, John, to hit back.
It's a nice pot. That's a lot better than it looked.
No, we don't. Like I said, we don't get to see Chris a lot, but when we do, he's usually pretty good. He's always had a bit of a unique style about him.
I'd like that to run a little bit more, so I could play on that red above the brown, but still got an angle to come back down to the allotment of reds at the top end of the table.
Yeah. Now he's in great position here. Now I'm not sure from here, but is the... I don't think the pink's quite available to that bottom right corner. Not just yet. I could be wrong. Well, you'd definitely be playing on the red in the bulk end now, Dave. Well, it's there, slowly but surely increasing that lead. Now at 27-1, 26 points in front. You know, if this is John's last frame, he's done quite well. Just run into a tough opponent.
thought about it, but it went.
Needs a little nudge. Well, I think John's going to be tucked behind the green and black here. This will tie up the black for a little bit, make it a little bit tougher for John Wallace.
And John this year kind of flipped up his arm. And we kind of knew that was happening, John. You've been around the snooker room a lot. Definitely in a national championship, you're not going to take any careless chances.
Well, not ideal. He's left one on to left center. Decent lead, not something that can't be overcome, but John's got to stop giving opportunities like this. No, Chris can, well, he can, even if he pots a red and doesn't get position, he can put another color safe and play the Floyd Ziegler tactic. Well, looks like he's going top left. I thought he had the one in the side. It wouldn't have given him great position. But
that's why he elected for the other red into
yeah,
that yellow.
Exactly.
As you can see the result, he's nicely on the blue to go in and out of bulk.
Yeah, well, it was a lot tougher than the one to left middle, but totally understandable why he played it. But now John is in, has an opportunity in front of him.
Yeah, top right and left middle do go for the pink. Unfortunately, black and green are kind of tied up down there. This is a dangerous pink, at least with the angle that he's on. If he is to falter, he's going to shoot himself up into the bulk area. It's going to be end of break. Nothing's really relatively easy or advantageous in the color world. Debbie Bai is correct. It's Friday night snooker. It's the last match of day number 4 of the Canadian National Snooker Championship here at the Corner Bank in Scarborough, Ontario. Maybe the only snooker table in the tournament left, but there's a lot of action on the pool tables, and there's a few of the snooker tables that are being used by patrons. So both these gentlemen are going to have to deal with the crowd noise and just block it out, act it like white noise.
Needs to roll. Oh, no.
just have the angle just to sun through that gap of the two reds and beyond the pink into the left middle.
Oh, Randall Morrison. Yes, they are serving breakfast, and it's a fantastic breakfast. David Burney tells us they got incredible scrambled eggs.
Unfortunately, I wouldn't know. I haven't tried them.
Oh, you haven't tried them yet. All right. Well then,
They do your
experience?
custom eggs over here
Yes.
because we do travel a lot with these events, and that is the staple at most hotels: scrambled
Yes.
eggs.
Because it's quick, it's fast, easy to do. Sometimes they don't always get it right, which is hard to think of. But, I digress. We got a match on our hands. That's far from over now. John Wallace within striking distance, 13 behind. Big pink here. Gotta secure this pink into left center. Oh boy. Yeah, see that block in green down at the bottom cushion has really worked against John. This is quite interesting.
Now, aggressive pot there by Chris.
Look at the white. Oh, another ball on the cushion. Won't favor John, but it's only 13 points. So John won't be in panic mode just yet. Now, does he get the block? Well, oh, you know what? I think he's got the snooker, Dave. Unless Chris can swerve around the yellow.
Yeah, he should be able to swerve around it. Just see, he doesn't want to swerve too much. Hit the red full in the face. Love to have a little clip on the left side. But he might be able to get a little bit through the path there. It doesn't look like a heavy swerve for him. Only if we had Hawkeye, we'd be able to really see what he's doing.
Wow. That's a very nice play. Slow rolls to the red, knocking the black safe. This is where Chris Wood is seemingly digging in deep here. It's got to feel to John. He's only 13 points down, but right now it's got to feel to John that he's a lot more.
Yeah, just misjudged the weight of that shot. He's left a red on to top right corner for Chris.
Yeah.
Shot he's quite proficient at.
And look where that last red is. Yeah. Well, the pot's on, but does he take it? Or does he play a snooker in the bulk end? Because if he takes the pot on, he's going to be opening the green. Unless he can get somewhere down there to play the snooker. But yeah, pink is on. Watch that side. Well, at least he's on the right side of the table, Dave.
True. I was hoping not to hit that horn, kind of shoot around and maybe come off this right side cushion and cannon into that red. But he's done well to get the 6 points with that pink and not snooker himself.
Yeah. How's his weight? I'd say
Pretty.
that's pretty good. So he got a little fortunate with the bump to the right side of the table. But, wow. So 20 the difference now. 1 red remaining, 35 on. Well, I don't think that's going back, Dave.
Even though it's a bit high, it's definitely in Chris's wheelhouse to pot that in. Could come off the cushion with a trace aside just so it shoots out to the right
Yes.
to beyond pink.
So 24 in front needs a color with this red. So Chris is going to keep it as simple as possible. What? I'm a little shocked, little confused about that one. Played that with absolutely no pace. Perhaps trying to get on the green with an angle to get to the yellow with the green back on the spot. I mean, green will get him to the line. 25 with the green will give him 28, so snookers will be required. Or he could just tuck up behind the green from here. Put John deep under it. No, he's queuing this up for the pot.
Oh, just hit the cushion a little bit before that pocket, so it refused it. So John has a reprieve. It's an uphill battle, 25 down with 27 on.
Yeah. All he needs to do is run the 6 colors and win the 5th frame.
We've got a lot of real estate there.
Wow. I think he may have gotten a little fortunate. I don't think Chris can get the potting angle from here. But the way he's going to have to hit this yellow, he should be okay to miss the brown. Get the yellow with enough pace to get to the middle of the left cushion just above the pocket. Or he could slow roll again. Oh, no, he double.
Needs the cover, John does. Didn't want that candle blue. Okay. It's a bit tricky, but it might be right on the cushion. That yellow is. Have your cue ball hit object, ball, and cushion at the exact same time. And that will find the bottom of the pocket. So, snookers now are required. A long green. Just been stunned to hopefully hold for the brown after this.
Wow. It's been a great effort from John. Sure, Dave, as you know, players will immediately following a match, they might feel a little disappointed, but upon further reflection in a day or two, they might feel that they had a good effort.
You know, John just needs 2 snookers, so don't blame him
Oh, no.
coming back. You know, this is a do or die match.
Oh, he's definitely going to stay in it. Wow. Chris needs to create a little bit of separation here, which he's done. Might have the snooker himself. Not a bad idea to play a snooker when your opponent requires them. John can see a piece of this brown. Got a good cue ball. Got a good out there.
As long as Chris doesn't gift John some penalty points by going in off, should be okay. Might have a snooker here. Seems like Chris is kind of pulling his cue up to come down and swerve. Oh, almost went into that yellow pocket with that red. John and Chris both taking a look. I think John's got the snooker. Chris thinking almost maybe to swerve around. Got to be mindful that pinky's queuing over. Good hit. Chris has got the path to pot this brown. Then that's tough when you get in these tactical battles. Sometimes you forget how to pot.
Yeah.
That was a difficult one, had distance. So.
Yeah, Chris certainly should have had that one. Should have been a little bit closer. Definitely wants to end it here. Doesn't want to give John an opportunity.
John wanted to cannon into that black, dead in the pace of his cue ball. So another long brown that's available for Chris.
I expect not a lot of pace in this one, Dave. In or over at this point. Oh boy. Well, does he have enough of this brown to pot it?
He's got to swerve around a bit.
Yeah,
The pink
touch
wants to
aside.
pot it. So.
Oh, look at this. Has he got him? No, he does not. Oh, John's got to swerve a little bit. So John pot the brown. That's 26 the difference once Chris counts the score. So now instead of 2 snookers to tie, it's 2 to win. But now he's got 1 less ball to hide behind.
John will be quite happy to leave that black tight to the top cushion. And John's got one of his snookers that he needs. Good contact there by Chris. All he really needed to do is hit the ball.